Good evening, Bears fans. We are live. We are going to get this thing fired up here in just a minute or two. I'm excited to do this here. We are going to have a parade of people coming through here. And I have everyone on 20, 30 minutes, just a variety of people, all people you know well if you're a fan of Windy City Gridiron. And we are just going to be talking Chicago Bears. We're going to talk the draft, the whole draft. We're not going to skip picks. Obviously, we're not getting the commissioner's announcements here on this stream. That would not be allowed. But we're going to talk about every pick, and any pick that spins to the Chicago Bears, we are going to discuss it from a Bears perspective. Excited to be here with you. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to talk here for a little bit, for 10, 15 minutes or so, before our guy Ross Reed jumps on. He's going to be followed by Aaron Lemming. And like I said, a parade of guys, everyone you know is going to be coming by. And Jeff Berkes, our own Jeff Berkes, is in Detroit for the NFL draft, covering it there. He is going to be jumping on here after every pick. So I'm excited to have you all with me. It's going to be a long night. I've got this. I'm doing this all myself. I got drinks. I got a protein bar. I'm doing everything I can here. We'll see how my bladder holds up. But we are in this for the long haul. No commercial breaks here. Just you and me. So obviously keep dropping comments in the comments section, questions, whatever you got. I'll answer whatever I can. It's going to be you and me a lot here, and whatever guests are coming through. So we are going to enjoy this. So let's get this fired up with my standard open. So here we go. That's right. Bear down, Bears fans. It's time for another edition of the Chicago Bears podcast, Bears Banter, powered by Second City Gridiron. Bill Zimmerman with you, and we are live here on Thursday night. It is draft night in Detroit, and we are coming at you for a massive live stream for the entire evening of the NFL draft, as we are going to be talking Chicago Bears football. And a new era is upon us. Caleb Williams will be a Chicago Bear in about, let's call it 20 minutes from now, maybe 25 minutes. Hello to all of you there in the comments. I see Ken is here. Chris Armstrong is here. Cloudy Future, good to see you. All our guys that are regularly here on the stream, appreciate you. Let's get everyone on here. Let's have a fun night, because this is a celebratory night. I know we are going to butt heads about the 9th pick. I see my mentions on Twitter, guys. I see it's Rome Odunze or bust for so many of you, and I am totally on board with Rome Odunze. I don't know if he's going to be there at 9. Hearing a lot of talk. Like, a lot of teams are wanting to come up for offensive linemen and want to come up for wide receivers. And obviously Marvin Harrison's going number 4. So when you're talking wide receivers, you're talking Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze. I don't know if he gets there until to 9. And I do not think that Ryan Poles, with his limited draft capital, is going to want to trade up. Now, maybe if he does the reverse Jalen Carter and swaps with Atlanta or something, maybe something like that could happen. But I don't see him wanting to trade up with his limited draft capital or tap into next year's draft, at least at this point, because I think, you know, he's prudent about this stuff, and he's only got 4 picks this year. So let's talk a little bit about Caleb Williams. And before we talk about Caleb Williams specifically, let's talk about the Chicago Bears quarterback situation. And let's wind the clock back to 1950, because that's when Sid Luckman retired. Right about, I don't know if it's 51. We're going to call it 1950. Sid Luckman retired. And at one point, the Chicago Bears had Sid Luckman, Bobby Lane, and Johnny Lujack. Would be 3 Hall of Famers. Lujack, not a Hall of Famer, because he hated George Halas so much he quit the NFL to sell cars. That is a true story. So they had 3 loaded quarterbacks in 1950. And maybe it's the curse of not appreciating having 3 great quarterbacks at once. But since then, the Bears tried Ed Brown, and he even made a Pro Bowl. And the Bears tried Bobby Wade, and the Bears tried Bobby Douglas and Bob Avellini. And Jim McMahon, Steve Fuller, Mike Tomczak, Jim Harbaugh, Eric Kramer, Steve Walsh, Rick Meyer, Steve Stenstrom, Moses Moreno, Peter Tom Willis, Rex Grossman, Cade McNown, Kyle Orton, Steve Stenstrom. The list goes on and on and on. And yes, some had more success than others. Chris, I know you love Jay Cutler, but Cutler didn't get it done. Cutler was not good enough, and I know there were mistakes. Jim McMahon was not good enough. He could have been, but he couldn't stay on the field. The Chicago Bears, for 75 years, in what seems to be an impossibility, have not gotten the quarterback situation right. And I think it changes tonight. And this is not a knock on Mitch Trubisky or Justin Fields or Jay Cutler or anyone else before. The Bears tried, they swung, they failed. And because of this trade, because of this Ryan Poles masterclass trade with the Carolina Panthers, and I have said this multiple times on my podcast, I have said this on guest spots, on television, on podcasts, on radio, this trade is on the cusp of, I think, becoming the greatest trade in NFL history. And I know that the Dallas Cowboys with the Herschel Walker trade have that mantle right now. But, and I've said this previously, the Dallas Cowboys did not get Troy Aikman because of that trade. They got Troy Aikman because they were bad on their own and got the number 1 pick. So the difference here is, even if they got more picks for Herschel Walker and ended up getting more players, they didn't get the quarterback because of that position. And if we have indeed, yes, Ken, God bless Lovie Smith is right. We are getting to that here in a second. If the Bears have solved a 75-year hole at quarterback because of the trade Ryan Poles made with the Carolina Panthers to come back to the number 1 pick again and have that pick be in the year where a quarterback prospect like Caleb Williams is on the clock and there for the selection, it becomes the greatest trade in NFL history, because you got the quarterback. And not only did you get the quarterback, you got a legit wide receiver 1. I know you guys all know this, but I'm going to say it anyway. A legit wide receiver 1 in DJ Moore, a legit tackle in Darnell Wright, a great corner in Tyreek Stevenson, and he's not done yet. That pick at 122 this year, we're going to see who that is. That is a connection to this trade. I'm not using Keenan Allen. It would have been great if Keenan Allen was traded for 122, just so you could lump Keenan Allen in here. And I've seen some people do it. That's not fair. I'm not going to do that. They got 122, and of course, that 2nd-round pick next year as well. And that is going to be a juicy pick, because the Carolina Panthers are not going to be very good next year. I mean, are they going to be as bad as they were this year? I would doubt it, but that's going to be a top 5 to 8 pick, you would think. So that's going to be somewhere in the 30s next year. And that is going to be great, that the Chicago Bears basically are still going to have 3 top, 50, 55 picks. That's going to be outstanding, because of course the Bears are going to improve. And that brings us to how they got here, Ken. And yes, God bless Lovie Smith, because that win in 2022, that improbable win that the Houston Texans did nothing but to shoot themselves as a franchise in the foot. We have heard rumors that the Texans told Lovie Smith, you need to lose this game. And Lovie Smith, in essence, stuck his middle finger out at them, went out, won the football game, because coaches do not tank, especially coaches with integrity like Lovie Smith. They won that football game, fell to the number 2 pick. And the Houston Texans are not complaining. The Houston Texans with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson are not complaining. They did a hell of a job with that draft. But regardless, the Chicago Bears get the number 1 pick, make the trade, and are able to land Caleb Williams with the number 1 pick this year. We are about 5 minutes from the start of the draft. Of course, the Bears are going to be forced to use about as much time as possible for this selection. I bet that pick comes in with about 3 minutes to go on the clock. All that 7 minutes that the Bears, that's just going to be Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Ian Cunningham and the rest, Kevin Warren, all in the war room. They're just going to be having champagne and sipping. That's all they're going to be doing for 7 minutes. There is no thought process here. It's long gone. I mean, Ryan Poles having press conferences about his children, having his son watch Caleb Williams highlights, because I am excited for Caleb Williams. I have not hid this. I know I was not a popular person because of my fandom for Caleb Williams in October and November, and I still love Justin Fields, and that's not a knock on Justin Fields. I am excited that Justin Fields landed in Pittsburgh. That's a good organization. I love Mike Tomlin. I think that's going to work out well for him. I hope he can take that step. I hope they give him more than this season, even if it's like a cheap, 2-year extension with not a ton of money guaranteed, where he comes back for, 2025, and in 2026, there's some sort of, whatever he hits in 2025, like the Jordan Love contract, when that elevates his salary in 2026. I hope it works out for him there, but we have moved on from Justin Fields because of this trade and everything that plays into it. I think Caleb Williams is a special talent, and we know all the wild rumors. We know the Bears took a ton of time to make sure they knew exactly who Caleb Williams, the person, is. Because I think watching the tape and watching the evaluation of Justin Fields that the Bears had to do this year, I am confident in saying that the football evaluation was finished mid to late January. It was set. They knew that it was going to be time to move on from Justin and pivot to a rookie quarterback, but they needed to make sure that Caleb Williams, the person, was who they hoped he would be because of the wild rumors. And look, I think they had a great plan. Let's find out who Caleb is with his peers. I don't care how Caleb Williams interacts with Ryan Poles, with Kevin Warren. Of course, he's going to put on, the professional face, shake hands, and look, most prospects will. Let's see how he is with his own teammates, with those people he's already had that rapport with that he did in Los Angeles, and then come to Chicago on his visit there and go out with Cole Kmet and DJ Moore, Tyreek Stevens, and all the guys that were there to meet him. Let's see how he interacts with, how is he going to be in the locker room? That's the question they had to answer. So once they had that answered, they knew that this was the right guy. And look, I'm telling you, I am excited for Caleb Williams, the person. I think he's got the right mentality. I think this guy, he understands who he is as a football player, and he understands where he wants to be. And he wants, when his career is over, he wants people debating if Caleb Williams or Walter Payton is the greatest Chicago Bear of all time. That's what he wants. He wants a bust in Canton. He wants Super Bowls, minimum 8, Pete. If you looked at his phone there from the Pivot article, or Pivot podcast, I should say, he wants to win 8 Super Bowls, and that's because Tom Brady won 7. He wants to be the greatest player in NFL history. That is his goal. I don't know if he's going to get there, but I am all for someone who has those kind of bold goals and wants to go out and make it happen. And he is in a great place. I think Ryan Poles has set this up wonderfully for Caleb Williams. Whether Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, or Byron Murphy is on this team, it doesn't matter. Forget that 9th pick. He has 4 legitimate receiving targets with Gerald Everett, Cole Kmet, and the 2 receivers. He has a nice option out of the backfield with DeAndre Swift. He has guys that he can use in any situation. Even Tyler Scott, maybe he can catch some footballs this year and be the deep threat they need him to be. There's plenty of opportunity here. Plenty of opportunity for Caleb Williams to step in front of and behind a decent offensive line, not a phenomenal offensive line, a decent offensive line that I do expect at least one more piece to be selected here in one of these 4 picks. I think interior offensive line at 75 or 122, probably something we're going to see, but who knows at this point? It's going to depend on how that draft unfolds on day 2 and day 3. So Caleb Williams is entering arguably the best situation a number 1 overall quarterback has ever entered. He's doing it in the city of Chicago, where, and I talk about this all the time, guys, the NFL is jacked that Caleb Williams is coming to the Chicago Bears. They have been waiting for this Bears franchise to be a key franchise in the NFL, to be a big boy, to be a stud franchise that is on primetime television all the time. Because for someone like myself that's lived outside of Chicago now for a while, and of course I grew up in Chicago, spent the first 30 years of my life there, but fans from other cities hate that the Bears are on primetime all the time. They hate it because the Bears are always bad. We know the Bears are always bad. We live through 16, 17 games a year. So the fact that Caleb Williams is going to be on this team, the Chicago Bears are going to be a legitimate franchise. They are going to be on primetime 5-6 times a year. Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, whatever they can fill, they are going to be on for Caleb Williams. They are going to be on those 3:25 late games a lot. The Bears are not going to have those noon starts very often anymore because the Chicago Bears, if they are good with a top 10 quarterback, Chicago is the number one football market. New York is split. Los Angeles is a Laker town. Chicago, because there's only one football team, is the number one football market. The city is obsessed with the sport. Caleb Williams is coming, and the Chicago Bears are about to become one of those teams in the NFL. I truly believe it. I was excited for Justin Fields, but I truly believe the Chicago Bears. You're going to hear it's the Dallas Cowboys, Chicago Bears, the New York Giants, the Green Bay Packers. It's those big teams. The Bears are now going to be a part of it. I know the Giants suck all the time lately. The Bears are going to be a part of it because of the fact that they had it, Ryan Poles got it right, and brought in and made that trade to get Caleb Williams this year at number 1. So we are going to have a parade of guests coming on, and we are starting with this man. He is Ross Reed. You guys know him from the Mac and Reed podcast on the Barroom Network. And he joins me now. Ross, how you doing?
I'm good, Bill. How you doing? I was listening to you cook there about we're back, right? Chicago football is back, big city, prime time. Get used to late games, primetime games, and a lot of excitement. I love it.
Yeah, no, look, Ross, I am excited here. Like, I am drinking all the Kool-Aid, every flavor I can find. I am all in on this because, and I think this is going to be something special for the Chicago Bears starting this year. I'm not saying he's winning the MVP as a rookie. I'm not saying it's going to be some, wild success. I'm not saying he's going to be CJ Stroud this year, but I do think he is going to have an excellent rookie season. I do think he is going to break every rookie record. It's not hard. I think it's 11 touchdowns or 14 touchdowns is the rookie record. I don't know if he's going to eclipse all the Eric Kramer numbers and have the greatest season ever, but I do think 3,500 yards and 25 touchdowns as a rookie with what he has around him, I don't think that's too bold.
It's not, and I completely agree with you. The thing that sticks out with me, obviously he's got the skill set, but you watch him in these interviews and you watch him, on the red carpet, even right now when he was backstage, he's so calm, he's so poised. This kid's in New York City right now. He's about to be the number 1 overall pick, and he's backstage right now playing cards with his family. And remember, this is a young man who lived in LA for a few years. He had his own penthouse. He's already had multiple $1 million. This stage is not too bright for him. And coming to Chicago, it's going to be the same thing. So I do agree with you. Once he steps out to that field this season, he's going to be able to perform at a high rate right away because number 1, this is what he's been preparing for his entire life. But number 2, he's just so poised. He's just so used to this moment right now. So I completely agree with you.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing that I think has been the most impressive thing about Caleb Williams this offseason is not so much the fact that, watching all the tape and seeing all the highlights and everything. A lot of us that watch college football, we knew what Caleb Williams could do on the field, but I don't think any of us really knew who Caleb Williams, the person, was. He didn't do a lot of interviews in college. He did the mandatory press conferences or whatever, but this was not a guy that we saw in the public eye a lot. He kept to himself a lot and, might post on Instagram or whatever it might be, but there wasn't a lot of, flash in terms of him being out in public and doing a lot of things and doing a lot of media and things like that. So we didn't know a lot. And I think a lot of us figured that the rumors around him were BS, but I think, at least for me, I did not know how impressive he was for a 22, 23-year-old. And I am impressed with who he is as a person at this point. I mean, I've talked about it. I was in no mental state at 22 years old. If the stuff that was just said about him publicly, and he got off on it. He had fun with it. 22 years old, I couldn't have handled that on social media. I would have just been crushed by people just making things up about me. But he thrives off it. I mean, he lived alone in high school in DC because the commute to his house was too much. He's independent. You know, this is an impressive individual. And for all the flack Carl Williams got for, everything he's going to do to make life hell for whatever team drafts Caleb Williams, I think he did a hell of a job raising this man.
Completely agree with you. And I made a mistake there in Detroit, not New York. But yes, I never understand when parents get these young men and young women for play WNBA and stuff like that to this moment, how all of a sudden, they don't be seen as a success story themselves. And I completely agree with you. Carl Williams has been awesome. I actually think he's been out of this process where I think could have been a lot more on the forefront, in this situation. He's allowed his son to enjoy this moment. And he says, look, I did my job. I prepared him for this moment, but I'm going to let him cook and I'm going to let him do the things. But you see how Caleb has carried himself even before, he declared for the draft, his last year of USC, things of that nature. I mean, yeah, there were some things we saw on camera, the stands, the going home with the dog and things like that, but he still is a young man, but he comported himself amazing throughout his tenure, from going to, DC as a high school player, to Oklahoma, to USC, to now to the pros. And that's a testament to his, Carl Williams and his mother, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So have you been online at all? Have you seen the suit that Caleb Williams is wearing tonight?
I saw the suit. I knew you brought me here for that and not Aaron Lemming, because I knew Aaron wouldn't be able to speak to it as well. Listen, I love the suit. I think it speaks to his personality. I think Caleb Williams is on the forefront of what we're going to see as a potential NFL star in this league. Obviously guys like Pat Mahomes have been able to set a bar right now, but I think Caleb Williams, as long as he's good, can be able to go past that. We've already seen what he's done with his NIL deals and things of that nature. We saw what he did at the combine and choosing not, to participate, but still being there and being around those people. And so I think this kid is thinking 10 years in advance. And so the suit to me screams like Milan red carpet 2028 or something like that. It's just something that we're not even going to see.
I didn't know about the fit. It looked a little baggy in a couple spots.
It looked a little baggy. That's fine, but it reminds me of you remember the Bruce Willis movie Fifth Dimension with Chris Tucker?
Oh, sure.
Come on now, of course. It reminded me of that. So again, very futuristic. I'm digging it. The shoes were amazing, and most importantly, he looks very comfortable in it. He looks very confident in it, and that's all we want at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, you really nailed it there. I mean, the confidence of this man is incredible, and that's the thing. And I'll bring up Mitch Trubisky here, and that's not to knock Mitch. And I mean, I was a staunch defender of Mitch for two plus years until the 2019 debacle. But here's the one thing that I never liked about Mitch: my quarterback needs to take control of the huddle. And I'll bring up the old movie, The Program. Yep. Joe Kane goes in the huddle and needs a touchdown. He's like, all right, let's put the women and children to bed and go looking for fucking dinner. Yep. Like, that's the quarterback I want. I want Joe Montana against the Bengals in Super Bowl 23 to sit there and be so calm. He's got to go 92 yards that he spots John Candy in the stands and points it out to the offensive lineman to try and calm everyone else down. I want that as my quarterback. And I think Caleb exudes that and is going to be that guy. Mitch Trubisky to me was everyone's favorite little brother. Even like Kyle Long loved that man. He loved him as a teammate, but I still think like Kyle Long probably in the locker room, put his arm around him and gave him a noogie, a love noogie, just like that's who Mitch Trubisky was. And that's not who you need at quarterback. You can have that at kicker. You can have that at other positions, but your quarterback needs to be that man in the huddle. And Mitch wasn't that guy. Fields was that guy. Fields just didn't have all the other, passing, we don't need to get into Justin Fields, but Trubisky didn't have it. Caleb has it. And I love that he does.
Completely agree. I mean, your quarterback has a lot of confidence in him. He's got a lot of poise, right? You think Tom Brady being down 28-3 in the Super Bowl, you see what he does. You even think back to this last Super Bowl with Pat Mahomes and how they were down. And you knew when overtime started in that Super Bowl that Pat Mahomes was going to win that football game. That's the difference between having Pat Mahomes and Brock Purdy on the other side. And so I completely agree with you. I think Caleb Williams is there. I think he's going to walk into that locker room and command a presence right away. But I think it's going to be a humble presence. He knows that there are good veterans in that locker room: Montez Sweat, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Keenan Allen, guys like that. And he's still going to defer in a lot of ways to those guys. But when it goes time to step out on the football field, there's no question that either number 12 or number 13 or number 18, whatever number he decides to choose after this first pick gets announced, that he's going to command that huddle and show all the poise in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we get to the pick here, and I know we're going to be getting to this pick soon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know you're not out here for a while still, but I want to get your thoughts on number 9.
Yeah.
And I want to see what you would like to see happen here with the 9th pick, because look, Bears fans, as far as I can tell, this is Rome Odunze or bust. I'm not there. I like Rome Odunze. Rome Odunze is the top guy. Assuming the bigger guys are off the board, Rome Odunze is the guy, as Barry Sanders here welcomes everyone to the draft. Rome Odunze is the guy I want. But even if he's there at 9 and Ryan Poles chooses to do something else, I am not going to be devastated. Now, he may do something that I don't like, and then I'm going to complain about it. But overall, I am not a Rome Odunze or bust person. Is that your mentality here?
I'm agreeing with you. So obviously Rome Odunze is my first option for 9th overall, but there's a good chance that he might not be there on the board. There's a good chance that these 3 wide receivers at the top, we might see a run early on, and then Ryan Poles is going to have to pivot. And then at that point, I'm not opposed to him trading down a few spots and getting his defensive tackle and Byron Murphy and trying to recoup a 2nd round pick. I'm not even opposed to him trading down even more and going after a guy like Brian Thomas, who is the other LSU wide receiver, right? And then stockpiling some picks and maybe working in the trenches in the 2nd and 3rd round as well. So while I do want Rome Odunze, and I think, a lot of Bears fans do, I'm in agreement with you. It's not Rome or bust. I think at the end of the day, the only thing I've been preaching this offseason, I want the Bears to walk away from this draft with at least 2 blue chip athletes. And I really, to be honest with you, don't care where they're at, whether it's wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive line, edge rusher. You got to walk away, though, with 2 blue chip athletes, because this is probably the last time, hopefully, that we're going to see this team draft in the top 10 for a very long time.
Yeah, and you brought that up, that hopefully the last time they're going to be selecting here. And that's the one thing. I actually started convincing myself. I wrote a little 3-piece article, a little 3-piece series, Windy City Gridiron this week. The case for wide receiver at 9, the case for defensive line at 9, and the case for offensive tackle at 9. And I didn't think I was really going to be able to convince myself like on offensive tackle and things like that. But by the time I finished the articles, I actually convinced myself a little bit on these, because look, I want Rome Odunze. If he's there at 9, that's who I want the selection to be. But at the same time, if you're not talking about this season, right? They got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Gerald Everett, and Cole Kmet. So if you're not talking about this season, if you want to pull back and look at the big picture to me is they won't be picking in the top 10. They may not even be picking much in the top 15 anymore. And so who can you get with those selections? Right. Sometimes you can get a tackle that comes down that far, but for the most part, the big tackles go top 12, top 14. Sometimes you can get, a defensive tackle. I mean, Aaron Donald went, 14, 15, whatever it was. Right. We know that all too well.
Like before Kyle Fuller.
Yeah, right before the Bears selection. So you can sometimes get those, but they're much harder to get. Right. Wide receiver routinely in round 2 hits stud players all the time. DK Metcalf, AJ Brown, Deebo Samuel. Like that there are a ton of names that are picked in round 2 or sometimes even later. So I look at this, if I go big picture and say, this may be the last opportunity the Bears have to get a 3-tech, to get an offensive tackle, one of those premium positions that they don't hit nearly as often in the 2nd round like wide receiver does. So you can make a pretty easy argument that while Rome Odunze is awesome on every level, and if you just listen to him talk and how he holds himself, he is a Chicago Bear. He is the type of guy that George McCaskey, that Virginia McCaskey want representing their franchise. He checks every box. But if I'm looking big picture, I can definitely make the argument that taking a different position is the better move.
I'll even do you one better. And I'll give you a hot take. I think I like the duo of a Byron Murphy, and if they can get a Lad McConkey at the top of the second round, better than drafting Rome and Odunze. I think those two players and the caliber of talent that you get is a little bit better than what Rome brings to the table. And we have to keep in mind too, I know there's been a lot of data and statistics out there. The hit rate for wide receivers in the first round, it's not great. And so we know that one of these, at least probably one of these top three guys, is not going to be what you think is going to be. And, so, we'll see. But it's going to be interesting to see. I think the quarterbacks are going to dictate this entire process and what's going to happen between picks 4 through 7, right? And who's going to be able to trade up, who's going to want to trade out. I think Atlanta is going to dictate a lot of what's going to be left on the table for the Bears. Are they going to trade out of there because they've gone offense 3 years in a row now with Bijan, Pitts, and Drake London? But, at the end of the day, I'm putting my trust in Ryan Poles at this point. I think that he's earned that. He's gotten us the I call them today the Wagyu steak in Caleb Williams. And so let's see what kind of accoutrement he can put around him for the rest of the weekend.
All right, Frank Schoen. Yes, we are on the clock. We got about 5 minutes here until the selection. Caleb Williams, calm and cool in the green room. Frank Schoenberg saying that's unrealistic about Lad McConkey, and maybe Lad McConkey is off the board. But here's what I would say where I don't think it's unrealistic. I think the goal here, I do think if Rome Odunze is on the board, I do think they may stick and pick at 9. Mm-hmm. But I think the goal, if all 3 wide receivers are gone, and I think, guys, the consensus here is that all 3 receivers are going to go in the top 8. Mm-hmm. And if that is the case, I think Ryan Poles, and again, I've tried to read through all the BS, and I'm sure I've bought some of the BS, but I think Ryan Poles wants to do a small trade back, 4 or 5 spots, select Byron Murphy, mm-hmm. and then get that pick like 43, 44, whatever it would be in round 2. Maybe Lad McConkey doesn't fall that far, but guys like Ricky Pearsall, I think could be there. Xavier Worthy is wildly predicted from 20 to 40. If that's your thing, Keon Coleman, if you want a guy just get up and get the ball, there's going to be good receivers available with that selection. So whether McConkey's there or not, it doesn't matter. I think they could get a receiver. And I think that's what the goal is right now. Again, I'm trying to read through the BS. I think the goal is pass rusher in round 1, after a trade down, wide receiver in round 2, and then see who's there at 75 and 122 BPA.
Yeah, and I think it boils the question, what do you think? I think the over-under right now, quarterbacks in the first round is probably set at 5, and I think the same thing for wide receivers. Are we going to see 5 wide receivers and 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round tonight? Because that's going to tell you a lot of who maybe will be on the table to start the second round tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're hearing something like 10 offensive linemen could be going off the board here. So it's there's plenty of interesting things. This top 10 is going to be the Bears pick is in. We're going to find out exactly who that is here momentarily. Goodell's going to be up on the stage in just a couple minutes for a new era of Chicago Bears football. He is calm, cool, and collected. I hope you guys all have your televisions on because I'm going to see if I can talk for 4 straight hours, but I don't know how well we're going to do, but I'm going to try and go for it. So I'm excited about this. The Bears pick is in. Once this pick is in, we'll talk a little bit more about Caleb and everything. We're expecting to hear from Jeff Berkes at some point after the Caleb Williams selection. And then he's in Detroit for the NFL draft. He's going to jump on with either it's myself and Ross or myself and Aaron Lemming, who's scheduled to come on next. That's going to be the plan there. But look, I'm excited about this. And I think this top 10 is going to be wild. And if Drake May goes number 2, you may as well just set a nuclear device off on everyone's mock draft because it is going to be wild. Because I've heard Boston only wants Drake May. They don't want Jaden Daniels. They don't want JJ McCarthy. They might trade. They might, if they can't find a trade partner, they might take Marvin Harrison. It would explode if Drake May goes 2. Because Jaden Daniels, I think we're going to see some chalk here for the next 3-4 picks, and then I think it's going to start getting wild. So I've got the ESPN broadcast on. I am seeing the stage. Here comes Roger Goodell. I wish I could bring up the audio, but I'm not going to break NFL broadcasting policies here as much as I'd like to. But I do have the closed captioning on. So with the first pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Cheers, everybody.
Southern California. Oh, Ross is drinking. I love it. I should
Glass
have
of wine.
brought alcohol up here. What am I doing? I got a water and a Diet Mountain Dew. What am I thinking? Why do I not have? I should text and get some champagne up here. There he is. Caleb is coming to the stage. He is all smiles.
Looks great.
We do not need to worry about Caleb Williams pulling an Eli Manning.
No.
I know that was a popular one for a while.
No.
That was a panicked 48 hours, Ross, after Colin Cowherd.
Yep. All we need to figure out now is he going to live in Highland Park or Vernon Park?
Caleb's going to get a penthouse suite in the city.
I hope so.
He's going to have a beautiful view. I mean, that penthouse in Los Angeles.
Yes.
He is good hug with Goodell. Roger's excited. Roger has he's got Justin Fields jersey. Go figure. I'm kidding. Roger Goodell is excited that this has happened. Trust me, if there was a lottery this year, they may have rigged it for the Bears. Yes. That is awesome. Ken's excited. Frank's excited. Everyone in the comments is excited. This is a celebration. We may not get what we want at 9. You could be, how do they not trade up? Whatever. But all that matters, Caleb Williams holding up that number 1 draft pick jersey, having fun with it, dancing around the stage. This is a celebration, Ross.
He's got star power written all over him. It just oozes off of his personality, his persona. I think the city is going to love him. Even the people, the detractors early on, the Fields people from back then. I hate bringing that up, but listen, he's going to win this city over very, very quickly. And like you said, I hope Caleb does get that penthouse downtown. Maybe I'll see him in the same Whole Foods in the neighborhood. That'd be awesome.
They're showing the Chicago Bears war room. Flus with the tight cut. He's looking good, hugging Kevin Warren. Cunningham and Poles hugging. High fives all around. Look, I mean, like I said, they spent the 5-6 minutes they were on the clock just sipping champagne in the war room. There was no discussion here, but absolutely all smiles in Chicago, as they should be. Like I said, this has been months in the making. And this all comes down to Lovie Smith winning a game that he was told to lose, and the Chicago Bears and Ryan Poles making a phenomenal trade to get back-to-back number 1 picks. It really is phenomenal that this happened. I can't even put it into words, the unlikely odds that it took to make this trade with Carolina, come back and get Caleb Williams. It's awesome.
And how crazy it is, Bill. Now they're on such a high right now. Poles, Flus, Cunningham, the rest of the team, the staff and everything. And then guess what? You got to get your ass right back to work, because now all of a sudden the real work starts tonight with this 9th pick and see what happens, right? And now all of a sudden they got to start getting on the phones, maybe some wheeling and dealing is going on, and they really have to get locked in and see what they're going to do with this pick. So it's crazy that they don't really even get a chance to celebrate for that long, because there could be chaos happening within the next 30 to 45 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got 4 minutes on the clock here for Washington. They may use all 10 minutes here. I don't know what's going on with Washington. We think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. The books think it's going to be Jaden Daniels, but there's just this underlying, it might be Drake May. And I would say this, Bears fans, if you are a Rome Odunze at 9 guy, I think it helps you a lot more if Jaden Daniels is this pick. I've played out the mocks. I've talked to as many people as I could. I think Jaden Daniels helps, because then it's going to be chalk. I think it'll be Daniels, May, Harrison. LA wants to trade down out of 5. I think you have a much better chance to get Odunze there at 9. If New England is trading out of 3 because they don't want Jaden Daniels or JJ McCarthy, which I have heard may be the case if this is Drake May at 2, I think there's a chance that you could just have a run on receivers. And I've heard the Jets really like Odunze. They may trade up and try and get him. So there's a lot here, and it starts here with this number 2 pick, 3 minutes until the Washington pick needs to be in.
And where do you stand? Are you a May guy or are you a Daniels guy?
I'm a May guy. I'm not a big Daniels guy. And look, he's a good quarterback, and I don't know if he's going to be great in the NFL. I do think he's a little further along than Justin Fields was in college, but
he's older. He played more college.
Yeah. The 2 things about Jaden Daniels on his tape that I saw regularly that bothered me is, 1, and not that this is his fault, wide ass open is an understatement for what Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors were all the time. Being able to throw Malik Neighbors little 6-7 yard passes and let him go for 45-yard touchdowns, boost those numbers. So that a benefit of having two huge receivers like that, two huge targets, was one thing, but more so about how he plays. He has a huge percentage of scrambling from a clean pocket, meaning he looked for his first read, maybe his second read. They weren't there. He panicked and left and ran.
And he took a lot of sacks.
What's that?
And he took a lot of sacks too.
Yeah. And took a lot of sacks. So there was an issue there, and the pick is in for the Commanders. So we're going to see who this is here in a second. Obviously, they're showing Jaden Daniels on the TV right now. That's the one thing that would concern me, is that Daniels isn't necessarily a guy that's going to stand in the pocket and make the throws he needs to make, especially when he's coming into a much more difficult situation. If it is Washington, we saw what look, the Bears couldn't sack anybody without Montez Sweat, but they got to Washington, I think sacked Howell 5 times. Like, that offensive line is atrocious. It's not that much better right now. He's got Terry McLaurin and things like that, but this is going to be a difficult place for him to play. And I don't know. He concerns me more than May. I think May's got a bigger upside.
Completely agree with you. And from a physicality standpoint, Jaden Daniels' frame really concerns me. I mean, he is very slight, very slender, and they hit much harder in the NFL. And with all those hits that he takes, the sack rate, the one read and scramble, the drop in the eyes, getting out the pocket, eventually these defenses are going to catch up to him at some point. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see what we got here.
All right. The pick is in. They are showing the stage.
Shout out to Roger Goodell, too, gutting it out tonight. He had back surgery a few weeks ago and was not supposed to be hugging anybody tonight, but is already 1 for 1 on the hug department.
that was a firm hug from Caleb. Caleb came in.
Wait till the defensive lineman get to him.
All right, Goodell is coming to the stage. And with the second pick, they are selecting Jaden Daniels. All right. Jaden Daniels is the pick here with Washington. So, again, I think that helps the Odunze fans. I think we're going to see some chalk. I think Boston. I think New England is going to run in the May pick, and Arizona is going to run in the Harrison pick, and we can jump to number 5. And that's when I think it's going to get crazy, Ross. What happens at number 5? I have heard the Jets want to come up to number 5 to take a receiver, and that means most likely the Giants would take the other receiver. That means Neighbors and Odunze are gone by 6. So that's something to watch. Does Minnesota come up for JJ McCarthy? That seems to have cooled. Does Las Vegas come up? Like, what's going on here? We've heard there's a lot of teams way back. We've heard the LA Rams want to come up here. So this 5, 6, 7, 8, it's almost impossible to do a mock draft because there are so many Diana Rossini says the Bears are on, open for business at 9. So there is a lot of things that could happen here with the Chicago Bears before they pick. It's too difficult right now to know exactly what's going to happen.
It feels like to me, just as this is starting to unfold already, Kwesi up in Minnesota, he kind of botched this a little bit. I mean, they go out there, they get that second first round pick. In my opinion, I thought they were really trying to go up and get one of these top 3 quarterbacks and come away with one of these guys. And they might be shut out there. And I think that might have been a calculated mistake in my opinion. If I was him, I'd be up there trying to get one of these guys, Drake May or something like that. I think, maybe a couple weeks ago you could have made a deal and pulled him from New England, but now I don't know what Minnesota does, which is good obviously for Bears fans. And then on the flip side of it, we talk about the Jets going up for a wide receiver. They might just sit at 10 too and say, listen, Brock Bowers could be an awesome target for Aaron Rodgers too if he's going to be on the table at 10 as well.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. There's Jacksonville wants to come up for a receiver. Yeah. LA wants to come up for a lineman. Like there's Indianapolis might want to come up for a pass catcher, whether it's Bowers or receiver. There's so much going on here that it's, Denver wants to come up for a quarterback if they can find someone that it's funny. A bunch of teams sitting in the top 10 want to move back, it seems, and a lot of teams outside of the top 10 want to move up. So if the Bears don't have who they're looking for at 9, I do think trade back is going to be, I know you always say you got to take two to tango, but I do think they're going to find some kind of dance partner at some point. Chris Armstrong asks, how desperate is Minnie for a quarterback? Well, desperate, yes, because Sam Darnold is their quarterback, but I think at this point, assuming May's going 3 here, I think they're looking at Penix or Nix or whoever is, if they're going to take someone at 11, maybe wait till the second round. I don't know. And you were talking about it with Kwesi here. I have questions about Kwesi in terms of how he wants to build a roster. He's made some good picks. I'm not saying he's an idiot as a general manager, but I do think you can question what he's done here, because from what I understand, they made that pick to move up to 23 and then told teams 23 was off the board when they were trying to trade up for a quarterback. That's not how it works.
No.
That's the carrot. Having 11 and 23 is the carrot for the Chargers or whoever wants to move back. So that didn't make a lot of sense to me, Ross. Unless they think they found, like, listen, we had success last year. We caught lightning in a bottle for a little bit with Josh Dobbs before he kind of flamed out. So maybe they do think they can get out there and get a guy like Penix or Bo Nix or something like that, and say we can just draft one of those guys and then draft another weapon later on at 23 and use those guys in that Kevin O'Connell offense. Yeah. Now let me ask you, we'll put you on the spot here, as I know Aaron Lemming's here on about to jump on the number 5 pick. I want you to give me who you think is the team and the player at number 5.
Ooh, right now the Chargers are at number 5, right?
Correct.
I think
they want to move down. That's what we hear.
Yep.
But
I think the Chargers are getting out of there, and the Giants are at number 6. Is that correct?
Giants are at 6.
I think the Giants. Do I want to say this? No, I think the Vikings come up and they get JJ McCarthy at 5.
All right. So there it is from Ross. I'm going to bring Aaron on here. Ross, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. If you want to head out.
I don't want to say hi to Lemming. What's up, man?
Yeah, I know. What's up, dude? I shouldn't have followed you, because now you're making me look bad. You got this handsome guy right here, and I'm just sitting here. This is rough, man.
Don't worry, Aaron. You've always got my ugly mug, so you're okay.
That's awesome, dude. Well, I'm glad that I was actually able to get on. It's funny, for a little bit of a backstory for everybody else that's listening. Ross and I have known each other for 10 plus years now. Never actually met. We will meet at some point, but it would really involve me going to Chicago.
Yes.
So, and I think this is actually the first time that we've done any sort of like video thing or anything like that. So
it is, and it's awesome. And when we finally meet in person, I'll make sure to bring my step stool, because Aaron is one tall MF. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Aaron used to come on our show way back in the day. He was a great guest, still is a great guest. I remember Aaron when he broke the Brandon Marshall trade and all the other stuff. And those were wild times back then. So yeah, it's been a great long distance friend.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy too, because and now I'm going to draw a blank on the name now that we're doing all this. But the website that we both used to write for, it was me, you, and Andrew.
It was cover 32.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. Yeah. So it's like, and that was what? How long ago was that now?
It was over 10 years.
That's crazy.
It was Drake May, boys.
Yeah, so the third pick is in, and no surprise, Drake May is a New England Patriot. We'll see if he can carry the Tom Brady torch and become another great quarterback. So, Aaron, while you're here, everyone I bring on, I'm just going to – the first question is going to be Caleb Williams. Any thoughts you want? Just the floor is yours.
Well, if I wasn't so stressed out about our dog being sick right now, I could probably cry, because, I mean, I have – said this the entire time. I probably lack a little bit of objectivity when it comes to Caleb Williams. I'm an Oklahoma fan. I followed him at Gonzaga. The minute that he stepped on the field against Texas and led them back to that huge victory, it's hard to say, and I know that this is a very cliche thing to say and it's overused. I do think he's a generational talent. I felt that way the minute that he stepped on the field at Texas. And obviously we all talk privately. You guys know how I feel. I'm still in disbelief that this is actually happening. I mean, the Bears, the amount of things that had to go right for the Bears for this to happen is just, it's absolutely unreal. And then the fact that they didn't overthink it, which I know I can fully admit that I was a little worried about that. So I don't know, man. I know we've seen a lot of rough times, and it felt like Justin Fields is going to be the guy, and it didn't end up working out. But I really I don't see very many ways that Caleb Williams is going to fail. I really think the Bears have got their quarterback for the next 15 plus years, and I think this is going to be a franchise changing moment that we're going to be able to look back on for years and years and years and years. Kind of like that Khalil Mack thing where we thought everything was coming together. I think that this is finally the moment. And just a side note, I still cannot believe that Washington took Jaden Daniels. What the hell, man?
Yeah, we were talking about before he came on. I think May's a better prospect. I think Daniels. I know they can flash up some stats about when he's blitzed and his good, rating and passing and all that, but he takes off from clean pockets way too often, Aaron.
Yeah.
I think he gets nervous, and I think he was propped up by Neighbors and Thomas.
Start Kyle Orton, man. I mean, he's been all over that, and I know a lot of people call him a Jaden Daniels hater, but it's like a leveling out process, right? Like Jaden Daniels isn't a bad prospect by any means, but the fact that he went from being a projected fifth round pick last year to what he is now, and the fact that he just went number 2 overall with a guy like Drake May, I understand he may need to sit a little bit, but I mean, you're talking about a sky high ceiling. I mean, pretty similar to Caleb Williams, if we're being completely honest. So here's what I will say: as dumb as I think it is, I'm really glad that Drake May is going to be in the AFC. I mean, that's a bullet dodge for the Bears and a nightmare that is missed, because I was really worried that Minnesota was going to come up and get him. So I can live with JJ McCarthy. I was not going to be happy if it was May.
Yeah, and based on New England's roster, they've got Jacoby Brissett there. I would just sit Drake May all year. I would not play him this year. You're going to get him killed. Just let him sit, let him learn, and then boost up your roster for 2025 and then put him out there.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we saw what happened with Mac Jones, right? And what the disaster was around him. Now, Drake May and Mac Jones are two completely different prospects, but situation has a lot to do with the quarterback's success when they're this young. And you talked about ceiling, Aaron, and the ceiling for Drake May is still so high. He's still such a young man. I'm always, as the personal training guy, I'm going to talk about, physical stature and stuff like that. This kid's 230 pounds, 240 pounds. He's going to grow more into that body. He's going to be really a specimen in a couple of years. And I look at Jaden Daniels, who's 5 years in the league, and he struggles to get to 200 and 210 pounds. I just don't see how he's going to be able to hold up. And I think the ceiling for Jaden Daniels has already been hit already, and that's with 2 elite wide receivers around him all year. And his left tackle is probably going to get drafted pretty soon too as well.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, you're talking about, and again, maybe the floor's safer, and it looks like Arizona's going to make their pick. So I think we know what this is going to be.
Yep.
The floor may be safer, but as we've learned with the Bears taking quarterbacks, Mitchell Trubisky being the prime example of that, sometimes going with the safer floor is the riskiest thing that you can possibly do. And yeah, I agree. I don't dislike Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels in the middle of the first round would have been a solid pick. But I mean, we're talking about a guy that doesn't have a great arm. Like you said, he's got a slight frame. He's older for a prospect. He's had one really, truly good year in college. Like, yes, I know everybody's going to point to Joe Burrow. This just feels like a different situation to me. So I guess we'll see. I mean, it's one of those things that there's been. I could have. Some of the quarterbacks in the past few drafts, man, I could have sworn were going to be great and they weren't, or a guy like Josh Allen where I could have sworn they're going to be terrible and they turned out to be great. So you never really know. I will say I'm very glad that the Bears are picking, pick number 1 overall. They didn't have to deal with any of that, thank God. And like I said, Drake May going to the AFC is a good thing. And I think that I'm a little bit behind because I'm on YouTube TV. So if I'm reacting
right now.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube TV as well. Actually, I got Goodell at the podium. Yes. This is Marvin Harrison. We know it's Marvin Harrison.
You might say that the dream of Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Bears is officially died. Unfortunately,
it's okay.
There was just when the Bears were at 9, the Bears needed to lose more games to have the dream duo. There was no way that. Look, for Ryan Poles to come up here and take Marvin Harrison, or to have traded with the Patriots to get Marvin Harrison. Your first round pick next year, all your picks this year, like the price was so much to come up. It was just never in the realm of reality. So I put Ross on the spot here, Aaron. I'm gonna put you on the spot. The Chargers are on the clock, 7.5 minutes left on the clock here. I want to hear your prediction for the team that's going to make this selection and the pick.
Well, I'm going to go the same as Ross. And I almost did this in my mock draft, and I tried getting too fancy, and now I look like an idiot. My entire mock draft's blown up. But I'm going to go the same thing. I'm going to go Minnesota. I think that this makes all the sense in the world for Minnesota. And here's the thing. If Minnesota doesn't make this move now, then you've got the Giants on the clock at 6. And there's been a lot of talk that they're looking at a quarterback. So I'm crossing my fingers here that he goes off the board within the next 1 or 2 picks, just because I think that benefits the Bears, whether they stay at 9 or whether they trade back or whatever the case may be. So we'll see, man. Because I think if it's not, I think if they do make the pick, J.C. Latham makes a ton of sense. And he's Bill. I mean, you were telling us a month ago that Latham was a big target for them, and all of a sudden, the mocks come out today, and it's like, oh, okay, everybody's got Latham to the Chargers. So
I have a hard time believing they'd take Latham at 5 with Alt there. I know they love Latham. I know Latham, they just think they can just plug him at right tackle with Slater at left, and they'd be set there. It screams Jim Harbaugh because he's just a giant body. It's just going to be able to help in the run game. But, if you trade down to whatever selection, I think Latham makes a lot more sense. I have a hard time picking Latham over Alt. But, Jim Harbaugh's going to do whatever Jim Harbaugh wants to do.
So what about fit, though? Because you're talking about Rashawn Slater's already at left tackle. How comfortable – I mean, you're much more of an offensive line guy than I am, right? How comfortable would you be moving to Joe Alt to right tackle?
Well, and that's the thing. And I know Alt's been on the left side a bunch, but – sometimes to me, it's just when the talent's so good, I think you should just take the talent. And yeah, we've all heard, you're a tackle one side for much of your life and you try and switch. It's like trying to, wipe your butt with the other hand. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world. That's a Mark Schlereth quote, I believe. But to me, that's the thing. And I think the Chargers are going to find a trade down partner. I don't know that for sure. I did a little mini mock here today, tried to make the most sense I could out of it. I got the Jets coming up to 5 here to take Malik Neighbors. So I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be that bold. I do know they want to come up and make sure they secure one of their receiving targets. I don't know if they will, but they're going to try. So it's going to be interesting to see what exactly happens here.
I feel like if Neighbors goes off the board here at 5, like if somebody trades up for him, I think the Odunze the dream is dead.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's where this is weird. Like, if you love Odunze and want him at 9, you kind of want the Vikings to come up for JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
Like, I know you'd rather not have a top 5 pick at quarterback, whether you think JJ's the guy or not. You don't want a top 5 pick in a division rival. But if you want Odunze, it's almost what you're hoping for.
No, this is kind of, it feels like this is really where the draft starts. Yes. So especially the last 2 hours, 3 hours, it kind of feels like we knew the 4 picks for the most part. So this is where things start getting really interesting. I think this could possibly shape what the Bears are going to do at 9. I don't know. I just have a feeling there's going to be somebody on the board at 9 that I love, and the Bears are going to be like, no, we're trading down. So,
all right, well, let me ask you, Aaron, who are the guys at 9 that you love?
So the 2 guys that I absolutely love are both the receivers, Neighbors and Odunze. I really do like Byron Murphy. I think he makes a lot of sense, but it's also one of those things, again, like, let's just say hypothetically Minnesota trades up right here, right? Let's say that they're the team that trades up or trades up before the Bears pick. Then all of a sudden you probably don't have a team for Byron Murphy. Let's just say they trade back to 13, 14, 15, somewhere in that range. Like, there's not a team there that's looking for a 3-tech. So you might be able to get them there. So I think a lot of this is going to be somewhat situational, right? Because if Minnesota's there at 11, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think you take Bo Nix at 11, right? You got to go with whatever the best player is on the board. Their offensive line's pretty well settled. I don't think they need another receiver. So 3-tech could make a lot of sense for them there. But I think that these next few picks, what we're about to see happen, I think it's gonna kind of make or break things, because I think if somehow JJ McCarthy goes here, I think that opens up one of the receivers for them. But if somebody comes up and gets one of these receivers, and then Odunze goes 6, and all of a sudden you're looking at a situation where it's like those receivers are off the board. And who knows, maybe Minnesota gets comfortable enough to move up, in front of the Bears if they really like Murphy, or maybe Atlanta takes Murphy. I mean, things get really interesting if McCarthy's still on the board when the Bears are picking.
You guys notice here, this clock's at 2:30 now, and there's still no pick in. Something's brewing here.
Yeah, they're definitely, they are going to take all 10 minutes here to see what they can get. And I've got some reading here for after this live stream. Sam Farmer, who's a writer for the LA Times. I can't believe this. I've actually tried to get him on my podcast a bunch of times, and I can never get him. He doesn't even respond. Cade McNown on Caleb Williams.
Oh,
How about that?
Do we want to know? Do we want to know what Cade McNown said?
Right?
It's like the monster in the closet from my childhood.
If Cade McNown went up to Caleb Williams, was like, I got some advice for you. It's just give him the Heisman, man. Yeah. You stay over there.
So did I hear right earlier? I've been kind of in and out trying to get some stuff done so that way I don't get yelled at all weekend for watching the draft. Did I hear right that Jaden Daniels said that he would have rather have won the Heisman than won a national championship? Or did I mishear something early? Were you guys watching pre-draft coverage?
I hadn't heard that either. By the way, Chargers are keeping the pick, no trade, Adam Schefter.
Oh, okay.
All right, well.
So this is Latham.
Could this be Latham at 5? Oh, Odunze fans rejoice if Latham is the pick at 5.
Man, this feels like it's going to be a receiver. This feels like receiver.
That'd be very not Harbaugh-like, right?
Yeah.
Although they do need a receiver, and they have nobody on the contract right now. And Quentin Johnson did not look good last year.
Look, if I'm the Chargers and I'm trying to be Jim Harbaugh, you take Joe Alt. That's where I am. Like he's, and you make it fit. I know we talked about it a few minutes ago about left tackle, right tackle. I think you just sit here and take Joe Alt. And look, I'd take a receiver like Joe Alt on my big board is 4, Malik Neighbors is 3. They need both. Take Malik Neighbors. That's the move for me. But I think if I'm Jim Harbaugh, you can't take JC Latham over Joe Alt.
I don't disagree. I don't love Latham anyway. I mean, I don't have Latham as a blue chip guy. I mean, I'm not even sure that he's going to stick a tackle at this point. So, man,
this is going to be this is the first week. Like I said, once May, Cloudy Future says looks like it's Alt. All right, we're going to see here. But yeah, once May did not go 2, we pretty much knew we were going to have chalk there 1 through 4.
So
will the Giants take JJ then?
Will the Giants take JJ McCarthy, or will the Giants? I've also heard the Giants might like Rome Odunze more than Malik Neighbors.
So I think Odunze is going. I think Odunze is going to be the pick to the Giants. Man, that messes up Tennessee a little bit.
Tennessee offers for Justin Herbert.
I talked to my buddy in Tennessee. He of the quote that Mike Vrabel hates Nate Davis. That poor Nate Davis. That tweet was rough for poor old Nate Davis. That thing still gets brought up in mentions and comments about him. But yeah, that's all right. Pick is in. Well, they are really dragging out the pick is in here. The ESPN knows how important this pick is for the rest of the draft.
I'm just
here comes Bell to the stage.
I'm going to kind of randomly mute myself here just because I've got dogs barking in the background. And I'm sure nobody wants to hear that. So bear with me while they calm back down.
5th pick in the 2024 NFL draft. The LA Chargers select
Joe Alt.
Joe Alt. All right.
Oh, Joe, act like you're excited, buddy.
Oh my God, Joe.
You're going to LA, Joe.
Joe, I guess Joe wants to play left tackle.
Dude, Joe is not happy.
Maybe Joe wanted to be in Tennessee. I don't know. Joe, enjoy the top 5 money, Joe. It's not the end of the world.
Man, oh man. Things are getting interesting.
All right, boys. I'm gonna hop off. You guys have a great stream.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Aaron, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good seeing you too, man. I'm sure we'll be talking later on the night.
We'll do it again. See you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny while we're waiting here for things to cook up with the Giants here. He's talking about you breaking the Brandon Marshall trade. So I wasn't that active on Bears Twitter until probably about 2017 is when I really started kind of diving into that space.
Yeah.
And I did not know who you were. And someone somewhere retweeted you that the Bears were going to sign Danny Trevathan.
Oh yeah.
And you had that piece of information. And what I loved about you, you were so confident. Like, because Schefter, no one had said anything, and you're just basically like, people are saying, "Oh, Schefter hasn't said anything. You must be wrong." And you're like, "No, it's happening. I don't know what they're waiting for."
Yeah, well,
that was my first introduction to Aaron Leming.
and you know what's funny about that is that in all reality, like even though I knew that the information I was getting was good, every single time that I broke a piece of information, like until it hit national media and somebody else broke it, I was losing my mind. I'm like, dude, what if this is the time that I'm wrong? And then of course the Kevin White thing happened, and then that was the end of me trying to break anything at that point, because it's really fun when you're getting stuff right, and the minute you get stuff wrong, that's all people remember.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know that too well. By the way, Patrick Finley, maybe this was already out for someone, but it's the first time seeing it on my Twitter feed. Caleb Williams' number. Have you seen it, Aaron?
I have not.
Number 18.
All right.
So
hey, I like it. I like it. See, I've been trying really, really hard to stay off of my phone. You probably see a piece of paper keep coming up. So I like to, it's almost kind of like a fantasy draft. Like I've got a Arif Hassan's consensus board. He does a top 300, and he's got like a really nice spreadsheet that he does. So that way I can kind of go on and track, and because I'm doing best available for Bear Report, and then I'm also doing kind of like my top 5 favorite picks, and then my bottom 5 least favorite picks, and stuff like that. So it makes it a lot easier, especially for like the guys remaining on the board. I mean, the first night's not too bad, but you get into day 3, going into day 3, and it gets a little squirrely. It looks like we're going to get the Giants pick, man.
The Giants pick is in. They did not make a trade. We'll see if it's JJ McCarthy. I'm going to look, the way I understood it, the Giants like Drake May, and we're starting to hear that there may not be as many teams hot on JJ McCarthy as we maybe thought.
Exactly. The way this is playing out is exactly the way you started seeing the mocks happen today.
Yep. I think this is going to be Neighbors or Odunze.
I think it's going to be Odunze. I think the dream dies for a lot of Bears fans right here, the ones that wanted Odunze. Everything that I've read, and again, you don't know at this point, but everything I've read has basically said that they're not comfortable. They don't have the right team culture to take a guy with, I don't know if I'd say character concerns, but I guess he's a little harder to coach, according to reports. Again, I don't know any of this, but from what I've read, it sounds like they feel like Odunze is going to be the safer of the picks. So we'll see.
And that's the thing. Like I had EJ Snyder on my podcast a couple of weeks ago. He comes on, before the draft every year. And we had a conversation about Malik Neighbors. And he said, guys he spoke to, and I actually heard this from one other person, Stephon Diggs, Malik Neighbors. Yeah. Very similar personalities. Like he's not going to get in trouble with the law. He's not a bad guy, but he's got kind of that diva personality, which is how Diggs went from Minnesota to Buffalo and now to Houston. Like that's what you're going to be dealing with. And then now the Giants dealt with it with Odell Beckham, and Beckham was great for them. And of course, he didn't stay there forever, and the end wasn't great. Would they take another LSU receiver that may have some difficult?
It's definitely not McCarthy. I've already read that. Apparently it was Drake May or bust for them. So this is very likely going to be a receiver, which means
we've got Malik Neighbors.
Wow.
Okay. Roma Odunze dream is alive. But I will say this, with Joe Alt off the board,
Atlanta.
With Joe Alt off the board, Tennessee may go receiver here.
Ooh, things are getting interesting.
This is
it just me, or is this draft moving relatively quickly?
It feels like it's humming here. Like the Bears are going to be picking, in about 15 minutes. It seems like. Yeah,
that's man.
All right, so Malik Neighbors is off the board. So on my big board, I had Caleb Williams 1, Marvin Harrison 2, Neighbors 3, Joe Alt 4, Drake May 9, and Jaden Daniels 19. So I've got Rome Odunze 5, Byron Murphy 6, Brock Bowers 7. That's my next 3 here on my. This is not a Bears big board. This is just straight talent big board. Obviously, if it was a Bears big board, Drake May and Jaden Daniels would not be on this board.
Call it a prediction.
Like look at these highlights. Malik Neighbors is open by 13, 15 yards. Like this.
Call this a bold prediction, and I say that sarcastically. I think one of these next 2 picks is going to be a trade, and it doesn't even have to be for a quarterback. It honestly wouldn't shock me if it's for a receiver, but I think I think before the Bears pick over these next 2 picks, there's going to be at least one trade, and it wouldn't shock me if it's Tennessee.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. Like we heard all the time that the Broncos really wanted to come up for a quarterback. You knew they didn't have the ammo to get in the top 3. So you figure that quarterback is JJ McCarthy. Now you're talking 7 to 12. You're in a lot more of a position where a team like the Denver Broncos now again, they don't have that second round pick, which maybe Tennessee's like, well, if you don't have a second round pick, I'm not interested. But at the same time, going up from 12 to 7, I'm just going to look at the charts really quick. That's 300 points. They can give up their third round pick at 210, pay a quarterback tax of their second round pick next year. In theory, that's enough to get that trade done if Tennessee's looking to trade down. So there's about 5 minutes on the clock here for the Tennessee Titans. This could be Rome Odunze if it could be Olu Fashanu. It could, there's plenty of offensive linemen that Tennessee would like, but I have heard that they also did like Odunze. So, and then, Atlanta, I don't think Atlanta's going to take Odunze, but I think Atlanta would love to trade down.
Yeah, as I say, I think Atlanta's a prime trade back candidate right now. Well, I mean, we're about to get our answer after all the debates and everything we got going on. I guess basically the way I'm looking at this, and I know everybody feels differently, my number 1 and number 2 are Rome Odunze and Byron Murphy. So as of right now, assuming that, one of Tennessee or Atlanta doesn't take one of them, the Bears are going to have one of those 2 options on the board. Now, it's not to say that they feel the same way that I do. But if we get to that point and they make a pick, then, I would be pretty much happy with either one. It's going to be interesting. I'm watching NFL Network. Has the selection come in yet?
No, I've got 4.5 minutes for the Titans here on the clock. As far as I know, there has not been a trade. There has not been a selection.
Interesting. Well,
I'm just looking at my Twitter feed really quick and seeing Giants fans furious that Daniel Jones is still their quarterback.
That's
Look,
fair.
Hey, as Bears fans, we know all about sticking with a quarterback that you shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Is this, like, if, let's just say, hypothetically, the Bears absolutely love Rome Odunze, is this a spot where you could justify trading up 2 spots and making the pick? Would you do it for, let's just say, I don't know, like a 2025 third maybe?
The pick is in for the Titans, by the way. I would not do it personally. If Poles wanted to be like, you know what, I want to get my rookie quarterback. They clearly, Odunze and him want to play together. I want to make this happen. If you give up a price like that to move up and assure it, I wouldn't be, furious with it.
Yeah.
But I think there's enough talent here. And like I said, you've got Keenan Allen, you've got DJ Moore, you got 2 good tight ends, and they're gonna be on 12 personnel a lot. I think trading up would be aggressive. Now again,
what about with Atlanta?
You want to talk about Atlanta and do the reverse Jalen Carter? I think that's absolutely a possibility. And at that point, then you're talking, a 4th round pick kind of thing. Nothing, or a future 4th round pick. That's what the Bears got from Philadelphia. So that absolutely would,
Well, and keep in mind, the Bears also have the 2 second-round picks. If Ian Cunningham gets a job next year, they're going to have 2 third-round picks. They've got 3 6th-round picks. They've got their first round. Like they're going to be, at least on paper as of right now, they're going to have a lot more draft capital next year. I would not lose sleep over a future 4th if they wanted to secure that guy. Now, obviously, again, we're making all these hypotheticals about number 8 now, and we don't even know if Odunze went number 7. So,
well, I'll just go here. My Titans guy texted me and said they're taking Latham. So
okay.
So JC Latham, it looks like he's going. I see Cloudy Future says it too. Looks like Titans on Latham.
Okay, man. Well, we are 1 pick away from the Bears being able to fulfill most fans' dreams. And it's going to be a long wait. Sorry, I'm kind of nerding out here a little bit. So
that's all right. Here is the big question. JC Latham, if anyone cares, number 10 on my big board. I'm a big fan of him. So here's the question, Aaron. Whatever happens at 8, maybe someone trades up, takes JJ McCarthy, something like that. Whatever happens, not Rome Odunze. What does the Bears fan base do if Rome Odunze is there at 9? and Ryan Poles trades back?
I think there's going to be a lot of upset people, me included. I'll be honest. I mean, I probably won't. Like, obviously, you want to see it play out, but I don't know, man. Like, it's one of those things. Like, I understand. Like, history says that taking a receiver in the top 10 is not your smartest bet in terms of positional value. I get all that, but at least on paper, this is a really, really good top end of the receiver class. And I mean, Rome Odunze, any of these three guys would be number one receivers over the last 3 or 4 drafts. So it's tough. Oh, there he is. What's up, Mason?
I'm jittery right now. I can't.
I'm talking through it, man. I'm talking through it right now. Just see, I think we're, well, I know Bill's not quite as like Rome Odunze or bust, but I know we both are in a pretty similar boat here.
Yeah, and Mason West, if you is here as well. Chris Armstrong, we will riot, Bill. Yeah, okay. I understand the Odunze love. He's number 5 on my board, guys. I'm not against Rome Odunze. I'm just not all in on Rome Odunze. Now, if they have an opportunity to take Rome Odunze or Byron Murphy, pass on them both and take someone like Jared Verse, I'm turning off this thing and going and screaming out the window. Like that will drive me nuts. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just so worried that Jared Verse ends up a Bear because he screams Matt Eberflus to me. He's an unstopper, big Hulk guy. I just, hits guy, all that kind of stuff. So
let me ask you guys both this then. If Rome Odunze and Byron Murphy are both on the board at 9, you'd have to think the Bears are making the pick. If they make the pick, who are they going with?
I think, and I will just go and I will say this, someone that I think has pretty good Bears information reached out to me 5 minutes before the draft and said he believed that the Bears big board in essence at 9 was Rome Odunze 1 and Byron Murphy 2.
Okay.
So if that's the case,
breathing a sigh of relief. I could see it. I could see it.
Better.
But again, I'm not saying he's right. Like, I'm not saying he's right. I learned my, and I've said this 100 times. I learned my lesson last year. I thought I had great Jalen Carter information. It was a smoke screen. I got burned. So 7th pick, Tennessee does indeed take J.C. Latham. All right. So Mason, let's bring you in here. The 8th pick, Atlanta Falcons. Do you have your composure? Can you speak? Are you all right? Rome Odunze is one more pick away from being there at 9.
I think I've centered myself a little bit. It's really interesting because, this draft, and we've talked about this offline and everything, that, we thought there's going to be so much chaos going on. We thought that people would be trading up and arguing for who's going to be able to sneak in there and take JJ, who's going to go up for a receiver. And so far, I mean, it's pretty much played out like everybody's mock draft has basically been sitting there besides, JJ. At this point in time, going back to the whole Odunze versus Murphy thing, for me, yes, on social, I've been very vocal. I'm a Rome Odunze or bust kind of guy in that way. But if it ended up being Murphy, I'd have a moment where I went, God, flip an imaginary table and then realize that Murphy's a very good player. I think the best defender in this class, and your defense is going to be better. But there will be a part of me that is so sad just because not just what he can do on the field, but in terms of he is. Oh my God, Bill, what are you doing to me right now?
No, okay. Should I share my text?
Yes, you should share your text because now you've got my anxiety peak.
Sticking and picking.
The Falcons are sticking and picking.
Do you know who it is?
I do. They are picking their backup quarterback, Michael Penix Jr.
Are you kidding me?
That's what this. I just got a text.
Are you kidding me?
Gets great Falcons information.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God!
People were kidding when
JJ McCarthy
was moving up.
What is happening?
Before JJ McCarthy.
I'm
holy.
Sorry to interrupt, but
no. Yes, interrupt. That's insane.
So, all right, now, let's play this out here, guys. Assuming this is right, and Penix is about to go off the board.
It's 100% happening.
They can take Odunze, or you can find a quarterback-hungry team, move back 3-4 spots, get maybe 2 more picks this draft, and still have someone. You could call the Raiders right now, and you could fleece them.
I don't care. I'm taking Odunze.
Here's my concern with that is, with JJ falling the way he's falling, is the need to trade up. Are people feeling like, oh, I don't have to trade up. I can chill a little bit. I can, because Bears are going to take whoever. The Jets, they're not going to trade out. They're going to take Bowers or whoever. You might wait. I don't think you're going to get as much as you might think out of the Raiders.
All right, now here we'll do a little strategy. Penix is off the board. If the Raiders want to come up for JJ McCarthy, you can keep him away from the Minnesota Vikings, who may just have him fall into their lap at 11. Does that interest you at all? I got two big Odunze guys here. I can't get them off Odunze.
My thing is, if you were asking me this about Drake May, absolutely. I'm not a big JJ believer. I don't buy the amount of hype that's been being thrown out. JJ McCarthy does not scare me on Minnesota. I think that the impact of having a guy like Rome Odunze with Caleb Williams for the next 10 plus years is a lot bigger of a value than letting Minnesota have a quarterback that may or may not develop into something decent.
All right, so the Chicago Bears are on the clock. The Falcons pick is in. I'm seeing it all over Twitter now. It is Michael Penix, who is QB4 in this draft, and not JJ McCarthy. This is where JJ McCarthy, once JJ McCarthy finds this out, he's going to be crushed. He doesn't know what's happening with him.
Let me ask you a question. If you're the GM of the Falcons, you're at the press conference about to announce your first round pick, Michael Penix, what are you saying to your fandom to explain why you picked this man?
You see, and I don't know because Cousins is here for at least 2 years. Now, again, and I know, Mason, we talked and you talked about how maybe he can't recover from this injury at this age, but you can't use your 8th pick as a security blanket for Kirk Cousins coming off an injury. Cousins is going to play at least 2 years, maybe 3. Michael Penix is going to be 40 by the time he's on the field. I don't understand this. I'm all for dumb teams being dumb. I'm all for it, but I don't understand. I don't understand this at all.
Do the Falcons think that it's like we have maybe a 2-3 year window to make this work, and that Penix is more ready than a JJ McCarthy would be, and that would be more helpful because if Kirk goes down or something happens, that's all they have. He's ready to step in. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh man,
this is why the NFL draft is so much fun. We sit here, everyone thinks they know what they're talking about, everyone's an expert, and then Michael Penix goes before JJ McCarthy.
Apparently Indianapolis tried pretty hard to get to pick 8.
Brad Spielberger, Michael Penix will be 27 years old in his first season where Kirk Cousins doesn't have any guaranteed money.
That's just crazy.
It is a weird freaking, I don't understand. But hey, either way, this has lined up well for the Bears. So
please God, just make the obvious pick. Please God, just do it. Do not start that. Do not start that.
I need some levity right now because the heart palpitations are coming back.
I am not well right now.
But yeah, I kind of threw this out there a little bit. Apparently the Colts were trying to move up to 8 to snag a potential certain somebody.
Well, I think we're going to learn exactly how the Bears feel about Odunze right now. I mean, obviously, if they trade back, then they didn't value him enough, or whatever the case. Or if they take Byron Murphy, they didn't value him enough. And that's going to be a dream scenario for the Jets. And it's going to be a dream scenario for Minnesota because they just acquired a first-round pick, and they're going to be able to sit there at 11 and get J.J. McCarthy if they choose to.
It's kind of funny. Like we thank Lovie Smith so much for getting the number 1 pick for Caleb Williams. Do we have Ryan Pace to thank for the fact that Rome Odunze could be there at 9? All the former Bears coming up big. So the Bears are on the clock. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go on my stream here, and we are going to see what the Bears do here. Will they? I don't think they're going to flat take Murphy here. That's my guess. I'm going to think it's going to be Odunze or a trade.
Yeah, or maybe Olu. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a tackle at this point either.
Look, I think Olu's a possibility, but I don't know. I can't see Olu being the guy. I just can't, just because of Shane Waldron, The Bears' philosophy has been running the football. That's not a smooth pass blocker. Love the pass blocking. Not knocking him. He's 11 on my big board. But I think it's going to be, again, just guessing. I think it's going to be trade down or Odunze.
Yeah,
especially because the trade down here, the way this is broken up, McCarthy's going to go in the next few picks.
Yeah,
like and
no
defensive players have come off the board. Like you're in a position that if they wanted to, they're going to lose Odunze, but if they wanted to, they could move back a few spots.
Well, I'm gonna spoil one part of this for you. They are not trading down. So,
all right, so we're going to see if it's Odunze.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
I'm happy.
All right.
Oh my God. They actually
the Bears
did
in
things
all right
that made sense.
Well, look, we don't need to hold people any longer. The Chicago Bears have selected Rome Odunze with the 9th pick.
Thank God.
I was told by people it couldn't happen. I was told by people that this was just a dream.
I will be the first to say I did not think Odunze was going to make it to 9. I really didn't. Then we see the Titans taking Latham, Michael Penix. This is why you can't predict anything with the draft. And I'm talking about plugged in people. The best people I know said Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison will all be off the board in the top 8. The Bears are going to have to go elsewhere, but the Bears are able to take Rome Odunze with the 9th pick. They've got 3 great receivers. And now look, I think that certainly increases the chances that Keenan Allen is not here in 2025. But look, they have 5 incredible targets, Mason, for Caleb Williams.
And there's so many ways you can help your rookie quarterback. I mean, obviously you could help it on the defensive side by getting a Murphy or an edge if that's your flavor. You can do it by solidifying the tackle if you think that you might need an upgrade over Braxton. But a very direct way to do that is to get someone that could.
Vikings just traded up. Sorry, the Vikings just traded up.
Oh, wow.
That's got to be JJ McCarthy.
It's got to be, right? I mean, they just, I would guess we're looking
at to get away from the Denvers and the Raiders.
They were afraid Denver or the Raiders.
Dude, what the hell are the Raiders going to do now?
Are they going to take Bo Nix? Are we going to see 6 quarterbacks?
I'm sorry, Mason. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought that was.
No, that's hey, look, this is all loose, man.
This is what this is. We're just hanging out.
Just talk.
We're just hanging out. But honestly, though, it's just long story short. I mean, it saves you money too, because maybe you had to extend Keenan Allen to whatever that was, 2-year deal. He's now 32, 33. How much productivity are you getting out of him? It's perfect. You have Keenan Allen to help Rome along the way. You have him grow with Caleb Williams. Super Bowl, Super Bears.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
And Goodell has announced the pick. Odunze is hugging everybody. He's making his way to the stage. My closed captioning spelled his name ROAM, so that's unfortunate for whoever is doing that. But Rome Odunze is a Chicago Bear, Aaron.
So here's my thing, right? Like, this isn't just about like you grab, one of the top receivers, right? You're talking about pairing. And this is something the Bears have never done. You're talking about doing the Joe Burrow thing in the same damn draft, the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase thing. Like, the Bears have just paired together 2 21, 22-year-old players that can play together for the next 10 plus years. So let's just assume that both of these guys work out, right? Rome Odunze ends up being a top flight receiver. Caleb Williams is who we think he's going to be. We don't have to worry about the Bears having number 1 receiver, because at some point in time, like, even if they extend DJ Moore is already 26 years old. He's already got 6 years in the league. Like, at some point in time, like, DJ Moore is going to hit that cliff, even if it is 3 or 4 years down the road, whatever the case may be. With a guy like Rome Odunze, now assuming, again, obviously this is all assuming that he works out, but now you have a guy that you don't have to worry about it. Like, you've got your, I'm just trying to think of it, Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison. Like, you've got your quarterback and your receiver lined up for the foreseeable future. Again, man, I'm absolutely stunned that they made 2 of the most obvious picks possible, because usually anytime we're sitting here during a draft, they never make the obvious picks. So this redeems Ryan Poles redeemed himself tonight by not taking George Pickens. I'm still holding on to that, by the way. And now I can let it go. This is my therapy for the day.
Well, look, and look, I'll add this. Ryan Poles has shown that he is very good at drafting at certain spots. You know, I think we all like Dexter, Tyreek Stevenson, Gordon, Brisker. I know is not everyone's flavor. He's not my flavor, but he's still a good player. Like he's done a lot of good things with the draft. At wide receiver, Velus Jones and Tyler Scott, and I get it, they're third, fourth round picks. Nothing's guaranteed there. Looks like he's 0 for 2. So he may not be the best evaluator at wide receiver. We don't know what his evaluations were in Kansas City. Does he have a history of struggling at evaluating wide receivers? When that's the possibility, when you have a consensus board that has everyone has Rome Odunze as a top 10 player on their board. He's there. I have him 5th. I know some people had him even higher than that. Some people had him above Malik Neighbors. So when you're not necessarily the best evaluator, being able to grab a guy like this who should be able to step in, perform well. Obviously, he's not going to get 1,000 yards this year because something you don't say. The Bears have too many mouths to feed.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
So I don't know if they announced, by the way, the compensation for that Jets trade with the Vikings. The Vikings gave number 11 overall, a 4th round and 5th round pick to the Jets, and the Jets gave number 10 and pick 203.
Yeah, so it looks like they basically did a pick swap with the 5th and 6th round, and then they got the 4th, this year's 4th. So they actually, I mean, considering the value, they actually ended up getting more. There's that quarterback tax that you were talking about, Mason.
Right.
Even obviously more minor in this situation, but the value difference between what the Bears got last year with a future 4th versus a 4th this year, and then basically an upgraded pick. I mean, they got, if you think about it, I mean, they basically got like an extra round's worth of value out of that, which is not bad. I'm sure. What I will say though is I'm pretty sure Minnesota's completely fine with this. I mean, it's like there was a lot of talk that they were going to need to trade up to 4 or 5 to get the same quarterback, and they're basically, they had to trade up 1 pick. I mean, you do that every day.
Potentially giving up the 23rd pick, a future 1st was thrown out there. Like they're still picking at 23. Like they're fine.
Yeah, this worked out well for the Vikings. Unfortunately, you hate to admit it when an NFC North team did well for themselves, but they got who I think everyone for the most part had McCarthy above Penix. Obviously, Atlanta didn't, but I had JJ 15. I had JJ above Jaden Daniels because I had just, what variety of things. But the one thing I'll say about JJ McCarthy, and where this works well for Minnesota, yes, I know they have Sam Darnold, and that's not much, but you don't have to play JJ this year. And I always go back to Trey Lance, because if you add up Trey Lance's high school passing attempts, college passing attempts, and actually you can throw in his NFL passing attempts and add them all together, it is still less than Joe Burrow threw in his final season at LSU. So practice matters, reps matter, volume matters for these quarterbacks. JJ McCarthy has thrown 17 passes in college thanks to Jim Harbaugh, and having him sit and learn and not have to rush him out there is only going to be a benefit for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the talk the whole time because of his lack of reps, like you talked about, that he needed a place that he could just sit and chill. So that's where, teams like the Vikings make sense to an extent. I mean, you could sit him behind Darnold. There are a couple other teams that also would have made sense in that capacity. But, at the end of the day, I think you'd mentioned earlier, like, oh, do you trade back here when the Bears hadn't picked Rome yet to try to avoid, right, the Vikings getting JJ? Once the Bears got Caleb, I don't care anymore. But you take JJ Vikings, we're gonna outduel you. Like that. That's where my mentality is at right now. Like, fine.
Yeah. And I think in my opinion, that's the right mentality to have. Like, you got the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Like, you got the guy that teams would have been falling over themselves trying to get. You got the guy that, frankly, is at least on par with Trevor Lawrence a few years ago. Like, this guy is being talked about as one of the best quarterback prospects, probably top 5 to top 7 quarterback prospects over the last 30, 40 years. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if you don't get this right, Dude, at this point, like if the Bears don't get it right, they might as well just find another way to play offense, because very clearly quarterback is not going to be something they ever figure out. Like if they cannot hit on this, it's just not going to happen. I'm going to jet. I didn't realize it was already 8:20. So I'm going to jet. Mason, you can actually have your time with Bill instead of me sitting here and taking it from you. So I apologize. I was so locked into the Bears picking at 9 and getting Odunze. I was just kind of taking it all in. So
no,
I
hey,
appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. Mason, it was good seeing you, man. We'll be talking a little bit later on.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so Vikings pick is in. I'm not even looking, but I'm assuming this is going to be JJ McCarthy. Jets at 11, probably I would guess would be Brock Bowers, unless they trade down again to someone like Indianapolis or someone that may want to come up and get him. But hey, again, we're sitting here with. I mean, look, if Caleb Williams is good, and forget great, I'm talking about this year. If Caleb Williams is good, top 15 quarterback, if he can be there this year, this is going to be, I'm just going to say this right now, Mason, the Chicago Bears are going to have one of their best offenses in franchise history. I can't come up with an offense that has more talent. You got to go to Forte, Marshall, Jeffrey, and Bennett. This might have more talent than that.
Honestly, I mean, yeah, that's where I was going to go in terms of an offense that had that kind of potential. But even with this, like, yes, you don't have necessarily your Matt Forte-esque running back, but it's a different NFL. You don't really need that. To have two receivers that could be number ones on teams, and then a guy in Rome Odunze who, by all intents and purposes, would have been a wide receiver one in pretty much the last, 5 drafts. And he would have been in this one if not for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors. And personally, for me, I have Rome over Malik for a variety of reasons I don't need to get into, but this is insane. the amount of potential and firepower on this team, and a guy like Caleb Williams who plays modern football, which is one of the reasons he's well over Penix. We were just talking about the fact that I was watching the Stanford game today just because I needed a little Caleb juice. The arm angles that guy was able to throw is insane, right? And what he can do off platform and all that stuff. And then just the patience and the touch, it's beautiful. It's a brand of football that Bears have never seen. I'm going to say that, though. Have never seen.
No, they've never seen, like, the way what Caleb Williams can do on the football field, Jay Cutler could not. And I'm not saying there weren't things that Jay Cutler couldn't do very well, but I'm talking about of the last 35 years, and that's basically post Jim McMahon. Jay Cutler is the only quarterback. Sure, Eric Kramer had a season, fine. Jay Cutler is Kyle Orton had a season. Jay Cutler is the only quarterback that we've had that gave the Bears competent play at the quarterback position. That's it. I mean, you've got to be my age, which is 45, to remember Jim McMahon, where that's the next quarterback with competent play. Then you've got to be Virginia McCaskey's age to remember the quarterback before that, because it's Sid Luckman. So the fact that they have someone like this that can do so many unique things on the field, and JJ McCarthy is in fact the pick at 10. He is hugging everyone. He's celebrating. Vikings fans are celebrating. And yeah, that did work out really well for the Vikings. But the fact that Caleb Williams is coming here, and for this offense, for Caleb Williams from last season, Kmet and Moore were obviously here. And since then, now you've added Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, you've added DeAndre Swift, Gerald Everett. That is unbelievable. They have added 4 legitimate pass catching weapons, as well as the 2 they had last season. And that's the thing. I'm right there with you, Mason. The amount of talent they have, the way Odunze, what he can do on the field, complement. Like here's another thing I like. What DJ Moore can do on the field, what Keenan Allen can do on the field, and what Rome Odunze can do on the field. A lot of different unique things that each one of them brings to the table, where you have a yak guy, a breaking tackle guy, a possession guy, a go up and get it guy. Like, you have all the different aspects of receiver that you need here, assuming Odunze comes through. So I think the Bears have made 2 very intelligent decisions. Like I said, I was not against Rome Odunze. He's 5th on my board. Byron Murphy is 6th. So for everyone who thinks that I was a Byron Murphy or bust guy, I did want Odunze over Murphy. Now I want Byron Murphy to fall to 75. Can we make that happen?
Just leak out a couple picks here and there, like try to get him to fall. And that's what you didn't even mention in terms of pass catchers, right? What they have even in Cole Kmet, Gerald Everett, and what they're going to have in DeAndre Swift out of the backfield. I've been known as a bit of a Cole Kmet apologist. I think he had a good season that built him up a little bit compared to what he was. But now imagine we have those 3 pass catchers, how that's going to open up the middle of the field for those Gerald Everett, Cole Kmet types. It's like you said earlier. I mean, there's almost going to be too many mouths to feed. It's just like pick who you want to throw at and have fun with it.
Yeah. And look, put DeAndre Swift aside. You've got 5 guys here that all right, Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett aren't 1,000-yard guys, but you got 5 guys that are basically, 750 to 1,000-yard type players. You'd have to have 5,000 passing yards to have enough mouths to feed. So I think Caleb Williams can easily step in and have top half numbers in the league. Gregory Stevens says Bowers to the Jets here at 11. So that is not a surprise. A lot of people, once the Jets did all the investment they did in free agency in the offensive line, pass catcher for Aaron Rodgers made a lot of sense. Hopefully Brock Bowers doesn't listen to him off the field and become a lunatic, but I digress.
I have Ari Myrov saying it's Olu Fashanu.
Olu Fashanu. Okay. Jets taking over. All right, Gregory Stevens, you're leading me astray. No stray comments in the comment section. So Olu Fashanu.
That's the smarter thing. Right now, I'm not going to say I know the Jets very, very well, and I can't even remember, but they just signed to be their left tackle. Was it Tyron Smith?
Tyron Smith.
I think so. And he's good for what, 8 games, arguably a season.
Definitely a problem. Yeah.
You're one injury there away from a guy, I can't remember his name. They were talking about him on the Athletic Football Show as a problem. Now, at least you don't have to start Olu right away, but you have now a position that was an issue. I mean, if anyone watched the Jets on Hard Knocks or followed them, their line was an issue. So having Olu there, as good of a pass blocker as he is, I mean, that's fantastic for them. And that's really the smarter move now and long term, even if Bowers was maybe the sexier one.
Yeah, you need to protect Rodgers. That's the bottom line there. And you said you don't have to start Fashanu right away. I think you do, because I think Fashanu is an NFL ready pass blocker. I think he's already probably an above average pass blocker. So I'd find a way to get him out there.
Would you put him at right tackle?
I don't know. I don't know if honestly, I don't know if he's had any experience over there, because when I was watching Fashanu tape, I was just focused on how he did from the left side, because if I'm looking at him from a Bears perspective, he's not going to the right side. You're not going to swap him and Darnell Wright. So yes, Fashanu is the pick. He is I don't believe he is in Detroit, but Fashanu, he is home. There he is. His family celebrating around him. So number 12. So the Broncos are on the clock. I've heard the Broncos are another team that wants to trade back. Yeah. Curious if maybe the Rams and the Broncos can make something happen. I've heard that they talked because I have heard that Denver Broncos want to move way back and take Latu. We'll see if that's accurate. And that would, going back to 19 or wherever the Rams are would make a lot of sense.
I'm curious too, because the 2 teams I have pegged as my favorite I would like to see Brock Bowers in are the Colts and the Rams. He makes a lot of sense in those offenses. Do the Colts, I don't know if they have any interest in Bowers whatsoever, but do they try to make a move here to try?
I've heard the Colts have a lot of interest in Bowers.
So this Denver pick might be sought after. It may not be far enough back, like you're saying though, to really interest Denver in this particular case.
Yeah, we'll see here, but hey, I'm still buzzing about what the Bears have done here. I'm feeling really good about this, and man, I can't come up with enough nice things to say. The fact that they have a loaded backfield. Now you look at this and go, all right, what is this offensive line going to be? They're not picking up. They may pick up someone at 75 who could potentially push to start, but it's not going to be a slam dunk selection there, that they're not going to pick, say Mason McCormick at 75 and plug him immediately into the starting position. Looks like Bo Nix is going to the Broncos. Is that correct? I think that's correct.
If you took the over on those quarterbacks, you're looking pretty right now.
Yeah. Broncos are going to take Bo Nix here at 12. So you've got 6 quarterbacks going in the top 12. That is wild. And we still have not had a defensive player off the board.
This is a record. I mean, what was it at pick 9? That was a record already.
Yeah, that was, we have a record, and we are going to keep establishing this record here. At some point, one of these teams that was expecting to go offense may just go defense. because of the fact that, they're still sitting there. And, Dallas Turner was mocked in the top 10 for 3 months. Now he's fallen. I heard he may have a little medical issue. I'm not sure exactly what it is that may be pushing him down. Latu, I loved Latu as a defensive player. His tape's phenomenal. Best tape of any pass rusher. But, and Mason, I know we've talked about it a little bit. You have concerns about that neck being able to hold up.
Yeah, I don't need to dive too super heavy into it, but basically, if you have a cervical fusion, right, you're at least 2 vertebrae are stuck together now. The joints above and below it are going to have to work extra hard in order to try to compensate for that. And on top of that, you could still be putting some pressure on the nerves coming out of that fused joint. If you're a team that you feel like you're one pass rusher away that in the next 2-3 years, like that's what's going to set you over the top, go ahead and take him, because he's that technical that he's going to make an impact relatively quickly in the league. But for me, I don't see him making it to his second contract, and that's a lot to pay for a first-round pick.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're not talking about a second or a third-round pick. When you're talking about anyone you draft in the first round, you need to have the expectation that they're getting a second contract. And I know plenty of them don't, but you have to have that expectation. Absolutely. You just have to.
So, Bill, let me ask you a question here. So, as a Byron Murphy guy, which again, I know I am too, and someone who might be coming on soon is also a big Murphy and actually specifically Johnny Newton guy. What are you now thinking the Bears need or should do to solidify that edge, or just to say pass rush specifically?
All right. For me, well, look, there are still some veteran guys that I think they may look at. There's not going to look. Could they make the move and try and trade for Trey Hendrickson, someone like that? Sure, they could try and do something like that here. I don't know if because he wants a new contract. I don't know if Ryan Poles is going to want to pay another contract where he's already paid Montez Sweat. But like the Carl Lawsons of the world, going back to Yannick Ngakoue, I think there's some veteran players you can plug in there. But I think what we're going to see here is, assuming the Bears don't trade up, assuming they don't do anything wild here, if they just pick at 75 and 122, maybe they trade back and get another pick. That's fine. But I do think the Bears are going to be focused on the trenches with these next 2 picks, offensively and defensively. I think they're going to probably look, better to look at that slot 75 and 122 on the interior. You have a much better hit rate on the interior than a tackle. And, look, there's plenty of guys that I like in that range from a defensive side that I think could be contributors. I know Braswell from Alabama is who Dane Brugler had them taking at 75.
Yeah,
I'd be good with that selection. Austin Booker, I'm a big Austin Booker fan. I think he'd be a really good selection. And if they wanted to go inside, I know his 2023 wasn't as good as his 2022, but Carter from Duke, I think he has some skills as well. I wouldn't be upset there. So I do think there's, and if you're talking on the offensive side of the ball, between some of the centers that might be there, Van Pram, Limmer, you're talking Mason McCormick. There's plenty of interior guys as well.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned specifically Braswell, who Dane Brugler had mocked to the Bears, because if you actually look at his statistics, he had 1 more pressure than Dallas Turner did. Now, pressures and sacks are 2 different stats, but at least you're affecting the quarterback with those pressures, and that's actually not terrible value considering you'd be getting him in the 3rd round. So that's a name that I do really like. Austin Booker is very interesting. I know I tweeted about him at one point and someone said, could he beat out Dominique Robinson? And I was like, I think I answered a Roomba could beat out Dominique Robinson at this point. So I would be ecstatic, yes, if you can get one of those 2 guys there. And like you said, the veteran route, just get someone that is a professional that can get to the quarterback, give you a handful of sacks, and would be on probably a decent contract for the Bears, right? Again, Calais Campbell, Carl Lawson, you're not going to pay them a ton to come. They're going to be wanting to play for, hopefully, what one would imagine a Super Bowl, which obviously the Bears are now guaranteed with the draft picks of Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
All right, so as we continue with the parade of guests around here, we've got a couple more that have just joined us. So we got a 4-man podcast going right now. We've got Kyrie Thompson and we've got Quentin. I'm going to screw up your last name. Go for it.
Crisco.
Quentin Crisco, of course, at Butkus Stats and from On Tap Network. They're both joined us. So guys, Mason's with us already. Kyrie, I'll start with you. Give me that initial reaction. 1 and 9. How are you feeling with this Bears draft?
Historic. Like this is like, okay, look, Ryan Poles, obviously he's not playing no more, but that is a dominant performance over the past year plus, man. Ever since the Panthers trade, really, the guy he's been cooking. And I know obviously that there's that question of, oh, what if you could have just taken CJ Stroud last year and started this whole process? And I love CJ Stroud, and obviously I think in hindsight that would have been totally fine. But what he was able to do to build up the roster and then have it fall the way that it did, where now you have a better roster and Caleb Williams, and you dealt away one of those 5th round picks you don't really care about for Keenan Allen. And now you've got to draft Rome Odunze. I mean, I gotta ask off the top of your heads, has there been a quarterback taken at number 1 overall that has had anything like this?
No.
Oh God, no.
Nothing.
Nothing close.
And it's by design, really. But I mean, this is crazy. This is wild. This is crazy stuff.
I think that's why the draft was created, so that this couldn't happen. The Bears just like gamed the system.
Yeah. All right. Q. Let's hear your initial reaction here. 1 and 9, Odunze, and of course Caleb.
Just top of the world, man. Like, I mean, Odunze, you're talking. I mean, outside of a generational prospect, Marvin Harrison Jr., you're talking about maybe one of the safest guys in the entire class, in my opinion. And then Caleb Williams. I mean, we've talked him to death, right? We've known for the last month plus, like, this is Caleb's spot. He's gonna be a Bear. It's just exciting. Like Kyrie was saying, there is so much talent throughout this entire roster now, offensive roster, where you're just sitting there going, like, I don't care who the quarterback is. You look at this wide receiver room plus the tight end room. How do you defend that? Right?
Yeah.
And I feel like I've said stuff like that before as a Bears fan. It never worked out, but I've never felt this confident about it either. It's just exciting.
It's really exciting. And by the way, we said Bo Nix went 12 to Denver, 13. The Raiders pick is in. I'm seeing it here on social media. Brock Bowers is going to be the Raiders pick at 13. So we are now at 14 with not one defensive player gone in this draft. This is absolutely wild. We've never seen anything this offensive heavy. They've broken the record by like 5 picks. It's really incredible. And I'm trying to think who picks 14's New Orleans. I don't even know if New Orleans is going to go. They
need tackles. So.
Yeah, New Orleans might go offensive line here, maybe taking Fuaga, something like that, or Fautanu. So
the Raiders are going to run a lot of 12 personnel because they had Michael Mayer too last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you got those two guys, and you got you have Devontae Adams. So Gardner Minshew has a few people to throw to, and Luke Getsy, you are going to have a lot of fun with your dink and dunks and 12 personnel.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time out there in Vegas.
I feel like I can't even find something serious to say about that. I mean, Raiders got to be looking at somebody like Spencer Rattler or something like that in the 2nd round or something like that, right? Like, there's just no way you're not really going in.
And here's the thing, if you were the Raiders, did you think Nix or Penix or someone was going to be there where you might be able to make a move to 31 in the 1st round or early in the 2nd round and scoop up a quarterback? Now you got 6 QBs going in the top 12. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I mean, we saw some of the Penix buzz coming out this morning that he might go early, but I did not think anyone had Nix going this early.
No. See, Penix, I thought would be like high teens. Like, I really looked at him as being like that's a Bronco, or that's a Raider, right? Something like that. It's interesting because I saw somebody tweeting out like, well, now I don't understand what Minnesota trading up to number 23 was about. It's like they really misjudged the market, and like they could have just gotten McCarthy right there without making that trade. I feel like, this is my personal thought, I think the Vikings really wanted Drake May, and then McCarthy was the backup, was the plan B, and obviously plan B worked out. But to me, it's like I've said this a lot, and I don't know, like I would think that probably you all agree with me. Like, ain't nobody trading up to number 3 to get JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, and look, we found out, we had all these mocks and all these. Everyone's going top 5, 4 QBs going top 5.
Yeah.
Then you find out the truth about JJ McCarthy. It wasn't even QB4.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to like the Raiders and the Broncos, where they were no doubt we're going to find out in the coming days, whether somebody's messaging you about it, Bill, or just people talking about writing it up, is that they were definitely trying to move up. Like, they were not thinking that they were going to get anybody, or maybe they thought they were going to get somebody different sitting at those spots. Like, you are not going to convince me that the Broncos were all like, oh yeah, plan A is Bo Nix at 12.
Yeah, no, I think the Broncos wanted to move up there, but the bottom line, Q, we'll get your take on this. The bottom line here, when you're breaking down the quarterback situation, is the Broncos did not have a second round pick this year. And when you're talking about a draft that is heavy through the first 2 rounds, and teams are looking to trade back in that top 10, they want that second round pick. And if teams aren't willing to give them, they're not going to move up. And the Broncos didn't have that opportunity to do that. They were talking future picks, 3rd, 4th round picks. It just, because of the Russell Wilson situation, they just didn't have enough juice to move up.
Also, where are you trading up after the 5? Maybe like the Chargers, maybe they were game to trade, but the Giants, I would assume they really wanted Neighbors, right? So you might have to pay a premium to get him. The Titans might be worried about a run on offensive tackles, right? Because their guy is already off the board, their presumed guy, because Joe Alt has been mocked to them for 2 months straight now. And then Penix at 8. Were the Falcons going to move off that? They clearly liked the guy a lot and had an idea that they were going to get him there no matter what. And the Bears, I don't think they were moving off Rome at 9. I'm sure the Broncos, the Raiders were calling the Bears an offer and stuff. And Bears price, in my opinion, sitting there saying, we're taking Rome.
And yeah. I think that's the thing. The Rome domino was the most interesting one. Was he going to get there? Right?
And because I didn't think he was. I did not think he was going to make it.
Because if he doesn't get there, now this is a whole different conversation. Because then it's like, okay, well, the Bears got this pick and they're not going to trade it to the Vikings. They're not going to help the Vikings get the quarterback that they want. And so now the Broncos and the Raiders got a shot if they want it. But Rome slipping to not, I mean, just wow, man. That's crazy that it literally worked out the way that we were hoping for.
What if the Saints move off this pick too? I mean, they've been on the clock for a while here.
Yeah, look, it might be possible if they, I know a lot of people said the Saints liked Fashanu, and obviously he didn't make it that far. Maybe they feel they can trade back, 3-4 spots. That everyone said the Rams wanted to come up. A lot of people thought it was for an offensive lineman. A lot of people thought it was for Fautanu. He's obviously still there. Maybe that makes sense for them. We have not had one trade, correct?
No.
We thought we were going to have a wild top 10, and we did not get one trade.
Minnesota moved up 1 spot.
Oh, that's true. We had
you're right.
Yeah, with 4th and 5th round pick swaps. Yeah.
And thinking about last year, I feel like it was pretty calm going into the draft, and then it was a whirlwind of trades, right? And this year it felt like it was wild coming into it, and there's been very little actual movement.
So this is interesting, Mason bringing up whether the Saints move off this pick. Obviously, it's not exactly the same situation, but this is the exact same spot the Patriots were in last year, the number 14 overall pick. And you're in the middle of the first round now. You got a bunch of good players now. And maybe if there's one there that you really want and you don't think anybody else wants him, that's what the Patriots did last year. They traded back 3 spots and still somehow got Christian Gonzalez, which that was larceny. I don't understand how people allowed that to happen. I don't know that there's a player here that I feel that way about. But I mean, maybe one of these defensive players if one finally comes off the board. But that could be an interesting move if the Saints were to move back to 17 or 18, or if one of these teams were to move back a couple of spots, you could recoup a little bit of value here and still get any number of solid players right now.
Yeah, you really can. The Saints pick is in, and it looks like they are going to take Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon State. So the Colts here on the clock. Maybe the Colts break the offensive streak here. I know they wanted pass catchers. They could do a Brian Thomas or something like that. But the fact that they could use maybe the first defensive player. Think about this, because I know this was an option. First defensive player off the board. I know you could bet on that. I don't remember what the numbers were. The Colts could take a corner. Like, you could take Arnold or Mitchell here and make that the first defensive player. That would make sense for them. And no one would have thought cornerback first defensive player off the board. No one over Murphy, Turner, all these guys that have been mocked much earlier than them.
Premium positions, baby.
Corner makes sense for them. I mean, I feel like they're in a pretty decent spot in their trenches, right? Like on D line, they've got DeForest Buckner, they've got Grover Stewart still. They spent a first round pick on the kid out of Michigan, I think it was a few years ago, at edge, and corner is the spot that they really need more on defense than anything, I would think. Maybe a Dallas Turner you might consider here, but I think corner makes the most sense.
Hugh, let me ask you a question real quick, just because I'm having fun over here with my trade calculator. Let's say Johnny Newton and or Byron Murphy are available at pick 20. Would you trade the Bears number 75 and that Carolina second to move up to get him? The Steelers would gain 222 points according to Over the Cap.
Wait, so what was it? The Panthers second?
The Panthers, that second
and
round pick from the Panthers next year, and the third overall pick for pick number 20.
I think I would.
Wait. So you're saying the Bears?
Yeah, I'm just having fun over here. On
the Bears would trade pick 75 and the second round pick next year and grab the 20th pick.
And apparently the Steelers are quote unquote winning that trade.
That feels like a pretty easy one to me. Are you valuing next year's pick as like?
That doesn't feel like enough points to me.
I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
I understand.
Okay, is it like over the cap? It's a future pick.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I feel like Weaver's on the phone here getting 3 second round picks.
That's why I didn't understand it. I'm plugging it in because I was like, all right, well, what crazy package do I have to do to get Byron Murphy? Just because, again, like, let's go full, draft day.
Yeah.
And I clicked on those two only, and it was saying that, again, quote unquote, the Steelers are winning 222. So I was going to start there, and then my next question was going to be, what would be actually a logical thing that you'd have to do in order to get that?
I'm just thinking about when we were doing our mock, us three on the right side here, the bottom and the right, and we were just trying so hard to like give away that the extra second round pick. We're just like, screw them picks, man. Let's find a way to get MHJ at pick number 5.
Yeah, so I'm
let's say like instead you're the Steelers and I call you, what are you asking for? Or would you even consider it?
Well, I mean, if the Steelers would take 75 and the Panthers pick, I would do that in a millisecond for Byron Murphy at 20. I would do that in a second. I would think the Steelers would want your 2025 first.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
I would think, and I'll be honest, I love Murphy enough. I'd actually consider it. I don't think that Brian Poles would. I don't want to say that, but if you're taking I would think you'd have to do 75, 122. I think you do the Carolina Panthers second. I think you probably have to do some other thing like the 2025 4, something like that. Or maybe you take the conditions off the Fields pick and just make it a 6th round pick. There's things you could do, but I can't see Pittsburgh doing something like that, but I would totally be on board.
This feels like a gray area in the charts because like the Jimmy Johnson chart says that the Steelers are, if I do 2 picks, both valued at 75. So considering the Panthers pick next year, value it at 75, like a mid-second rounder. Yeah. It has the Steelers winning that trade by 400 points on Jimmy Johnson. The Rich Hill has 140 points, the Steelers winning. But the Spielberger Fitzgerald chart has the Bears winning that by 140 points. So I think that might just be a gray spot in the charts.
Interesting.
Gotcha. Well, either way, we still are celebrating a Chicago Bears draft that was it. Look, let's be honest. 99% of Bears fans, 1-9, Williams and Odunze is the perfect draft. They cannot screw up this draft. They could take Torrey Taylor at 75 at this point. It doesn't matter. Like, they're in great shape. Like,
nobody cares what they're doing with these next 2 picks.
Yeah, that's
draft
the
a punter. I don't care.
And they will there will be good players on the board there, especially for what they need. Interior offensive line, couple developmental edges. Those guys are probably going to be there, especially the way this is going. The fact that we don't have any defensive players off the board. I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen here in the back half of this first round, but by default, you're going to have a run on defensive players at some point, but you're going to push some of these defensive players further down than people expected. I mean, there was talk that, like, you know, Dane Brugler was thinking that Marshawn Nealon could be a borderline first-round pick with some of the stuff he's hearing. Yeah, Dallas Turner's a borderline first-round pick the way this is going. I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's crazy. Like, we were talking about this dude potentially going at number 8. Like, I mean, meaning Dallas Turner. And by the way, Adam Schefter tweeted it out a minute or so ago. That was the previous record for most defensive picks in a row was 7, or rather, most offensive players picked in a row to start a draft was 7, and I believe that was that 2021 with the quarterback drafts. Yeah,
it was 2021.
Might have been, yeah.
And they doubled it up. 14 in a row, and we still don't have the Colts pick yet.
I'll dip out and let
we're in a fantasy draft.
I'll see y'all on the flip.
All right, thanks, right. Mason. Celebrate, buddy.
Will do.
Yeah, we're in a fantasy draft right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely wild. Okay, the Colts. I'm just seeing here on Twitter, the pick is in. The offensive streak is over. So I can tip the pick if you guys want. I don't think anyone expected this player to come off the board first, even though he's awesome. Leatu Latu going 15 to the Colts.
Wow.
Okay.
The Colts think their window is open.
Yeah,
which might be. I mean, Anthony Richardson coming back, that they might have something there.
Yeah, no, they absolutely could. I'm surprised they went that route, but hey, but the bottom line here is if your doctors examined Latu and feel that he is safe, they clear the medicals, they like how the neck looks, he's a phenomenal pick at 15. I thought if Latu, and I know some of the measurements aren't what everyone loves, but just watching from a pure football perspective and what he's able to do as a pass rusher, Q, if he didn't have this medical retirement neck issue, he probably would have been 5th or 6th on my big board. I think I would have had him over Byron Murphy.
Yeah, he would have been the number 1 defender on most big boards, I think. I mean, the tape is that good. It's one of the things that I say about Johnny Newton too, but it's even more so with Latu. Guys who can learn to hand fight like that at the college level, you just know they are so coachable, that they retain information at such a high level and are able to take that information and put it back out on the football field. And that's something football coaches love, right? I mean, that ability to teach a guy to do something and him to show it quickly. And you don't hit that level of hand fighting without being able to retain that information that well.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, while we're we're a little ahead here, the Colts pick is in, we got a little time. Let's talk a little bit about this Bears offense. Let's talk about the offensive line while we got a little time here, because I'm curious to get your guys' opinions on this. And I want to talk about the offensive line construction moving forward. And I know it's tough to project here, but Nate Davis, obviously Darnell Wright, he's going to be at right tackle. We would not expect him to move to left tackle. He's going to be at right tackle for the foreseeable future, maybe the next 10, 12 years. But you got Nate Davis at right guard, not his best season, obviously, missed a lot of time, had some personal issues. I get that. Tevin Jenkins on the left side, this is the last year of his contract. Me personally, I don't think Ryan Poles is going to extend him. I think Tevin Jenkins is going to be gone after this year. Based on how things started with the regime, based on the injury issues, it just doesn't feel like a Ryan Poles guy to me, especially being it was a Ryan Pace selection. So, Kyrie, let me start with you. How do you feel about this offensive line moving forward? Like, how do you feel about the building blocks in place here? because while I think this offensive line is pretty good, I think it can be league average this year. I don't think Braxton Jones is a $16 to $19 million tackle. I wouldn't pay him that kind of money. If Tevin Jenkins is gone, if Nate Davis is gone after this year, you've got better centers with Coleman Shelton and Ryan Bates, but you certainly don't have the position solved. I understand pick 75, they could take an interior offensive lineman that changes things a little bit. But even with a decent offensive line, Kyrie, I look at this and go, they still only have one offensive lineman that I see as a guy moving forward with this team.
Yeah, as a true cornerstone. And I actually found myself thinking that if for some reason Joe Alt was available at pick number 9, that would have been, I would have had no problem with taking him and trading Braxton Jones and being like, okay, bye. You've been good for a 5th round pick. We got something better. Obviously, that's not what happened. And I think Braxton Jones is fine. I'm not overly worried about the tackle position, at least in terms of the immediate future. I'm concerned about the health and long-term future, especially of the interior here, because I wasn't in love with Nate Jones last year. And as you mentioned, there are extenuating circumstances there, both personal issues and health. And maybe we just didn't get the best of him. And maybe that can change this coming season. But I'm looking at him like, okay, if you don't have a great year next year, then that's a contract I'm potentially looking to move off of. If you have another option. And Tevin Jenkins, I feel like I'm kind of that mind where unless Tevin Jenkins is signing for a discount, I don't know that the Bears are keeping him for some of the reasons that you discussed. He's really good when he's on the field, and there's too much of Tevin Jenkins not being on the field for one reason or another. And again, interior offensive line, particularly offensive guards, like that's the kind of stuff that you can find on day 2. You don't have to spend high picks on that. You can find if you feel good enough scouting it, you can find them on day 3. Like I remember going to the Shrine Bowl this year and seeing all the interior offensive linemen that were down there. Like I want all of them. Like I would take him, all of them, literally. And so I think I want to see them potentially take an interior offensive lineman to put in the queue. And I know they've got a couple of these guys. I know they got Tyree Carter waiting in the wings, et cetera. Ryan Bates is in there, as kind of a swing guy that might start at center. Like like you said, it's fine, but I don't think it's a strength.
Yeah, I agree, Kyrie. And you're talking 75. I'm just looking at my big board, which I know is not Ryan Poles' big board, but I've got Van Pram at 70, Zach Zinter at 71. Dominic Pooney would be a great selection if he makes it that far. There are plenty of guys, and Q, I know you've looked at the centers a lot, and some of these center, Mason McCormick is another one. There are plenty of interior offensive linemen. If they wanted to, in essence, replace Tyree Carter and have a rookie here as the 3rd interior offensive line, that second backup, right? Like Shelton's going to be the way I understand this. Ryan Bates is the starting center. Coleman Shelton's going to be the backup center. If either guard goes down, Bates is going to move into the guard spot, and then Coleman Shelton is in essence the 6th offensive lineman. He's going to step in. But if you had another guy like a Mason McCormick, any of these type of guys that you could start developing, and if you like what you see this season as a backup, you'd have no problem inserting them into the offensive line in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, so in my mind, I'd like to see them get a center who can play guard in the draft, not a guard who can play center. Because I look at Ryan Bates, I see a guard who can play center.
I agree with that.
I look at Coleman Shelton, I see a 1-year deal with no more commitment beyond that, and maybe a bit limited of a player, even if he's the best center the Bears have had in 5 years, which is a little sad. But Coleman Shelton will be just fine there playing center if he needs to, and Ryan Bates, evidently the starter right now. Now, a guy who I think can kind of fill that spot maybe around 122, maybe he might even be reached for it at 75, is a guy like Hunter Norzad. I think Norzad can play guard. I know he can play center, and there's still some learning to do there. I don't think you're going to want him to jump in and become the starter right away, which is kind of perfect for where the Bears are right now. And in my mind, I see at 75, maybe you can move back a little bit. Then maybe you can say, we're going to get Hunter Norzad somewhere in the 90s. Maybe it's a bit of a reach for him still compared to like the boards that are out there. I think that's a perfectly fair price for the player, though. And then you have a guy who Nate Jenkins goes down. Ryan Bates can move over to guard. If Tevin Jenkins goes down at the same time, I think you can put Hunter Norzad over at left guard, and you're still have a serviceable offensive line at that point, especially when you think about the tackle depth that you have too. You feel fine with your two starters. You went and brought in another swing tackle this offseason on top of having Larry Borum. I don't know who's all going to end up making the 52-man roster. Whoever ends up being there, I feel pretty good about most of the depth. I just want them to get a real center who you can go into next year saying this guy can be your center going forward.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. And by the way, 18 here, the Seahawks, or I'm sorry, 16, the Seahawks pick is in. And, Mike McDonald he knows how to build a defense. We saw what he did in Baltimore. We saw what he does with a great 3-tech in Baltimore. And he is taking my guy, Byron Murphy. He is going to be a Seattle Seahawk, and he is going to do fabulous in that defense. That is a brilliant Kyrie, whoever wants to go first. That's a brilliant selection. I love that selection for Seattle.
I think, watching a lot of Ravens last year, as I did, the thing that I feel like people didn't appreciate enough when it came to that defense was the interior play up front. I mean, everybody wants to talk about Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, which obviously, I mean, those guys were awesome last year. Roquan Smith is great. Kyle Hamilton is the best safety in the league. He's just out here running around like an absolute demon. It's all awesome. But that defense does not work without Justin Madubuike. And I mean, no one had heard of Justin Madubuike until last year. They developed that guy. They took him and turned and under Mike McDonald, took that dude and turned him into a star. Right? And then even with all the mixed and matched pieces they had on that defensive front last year, I mean, you had no idea what you were going to get out of Jadeveon Clowney. Right? I mean, that's a guy who, when he's on the field, he's a good run defender, but not typically always the most consistent in terms of pass rush and can't be on the field. They had that man looking reborn last year. I feel like when it comes to that defensive front that the Ravens had last year, this makes all the sense in the world to me, because in the end, where's the trend now? Right? We haven't seen corners coming off the board. We've seen it happening up front because you got to get after the quarterback. How do you affect the quarterback the most? Pressure. Get at him. And especially now, people are starting to realize that the interior pressure is just as important, but even more devastating, honestly, than the edge pressure. Because what do you always tell quarterbacks to do? Step up in the pocket. Well, if you can't step up in the pocket because it's getting pushed into your lap, what do? You start turfing the ball, or you start throwing interceptions. Yeah, I love it.
Absolutely. It's a smart pick. Q, anything to add?
That Ravens front could get real nasty real quick. They signed Draymond Jones 2 years ago. I mean, he hasn't quite lived up to it with some injuries, but he's still a dude when he's healthy. They got Leonard Williams over there. They invested a second-round pick in Boye Mafe 2 years ago, a second-round pick last year in Derek Hall. They have the base for a really nasty D-line rotation there now. Like, you add Byron Murphy into there, they're going to be able to get after the passer a little bit, especially with the scheming up that Mike McDaniel's going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're talking defensive line, let's talk Chicago Bears defensive line, because, I mean, we're talking about that addressing interior offensive line at 75 or potentially 122 makes sense. They have not addressed this defensive line. And I think it is worth a conversation now, guys, because when we talked about, well, they might add a Byron Murphy or a Jared Verse or something, obviously that's going to affect how you're looking at this defensive line. But you're looking at a defensive line that lost Justin Jones and didn't replace him. Now, I'm going to assume they're replacing him with more reps for Gervon Dexter. I'm assuming that's kind of the decision there. Obviously, they paid Billings. They like Billings as the nose. I do too. But the bottom line is to me, you don't have a second or even a third really necessary disruptor on that defensive line. You've got a couple good players. You've got one great player in Sweat. You've got a solid piece in Walker. There's zero depth here too. I mean, Zach Pickens is basically their fifth defensive lineman, and he was not any good last year as far as I'm concerned. So you've got a situation here where I'm just going to say it. If Montez Sweat goes down for any length of time, Kyrie, they have the worst. If Sweat's out, they have the worst defensive line in football right now.
That was how it was before he got there.
Yeah, remember, it was embarrassing. It was a joke.
They were getting dog walked. There was zero happening in the realm of the opposing quarterback last year without Montez Sweat. And I think that's why I wouldn't have hated it if things had just fallen a certain way and they traded back from 9 and they had grabbed a Byron Murphy or a Latu, or, I mean, clearly it seems
going to interrupt you for 1 second. Minnesota has traded up to 17. They are on the clock and the pick is in. They made the trade with Jacksonville. So go ahead. We'll see who this is here in a second, but just wanted to get that out there.
What are they about to do?
I don't know. All I know is I was clowning Quezzy earlier, and now he might be making me look bad. So
what are they about? But anyway, what I was saying is I wouldn't have hated it if they had traded back, if things had fallen that way, and gotten a guy up front, because I feel like that is sneakily one of the things that I'm the most worried about. And I know that Matt Eberflus wants dominant interior play, right? That's how he built those defenses in Indianapolis that were they didn't have great cover guys and stuff like that. They had or great edge rushers. It was about the interior. And I feel like that's still lacking. And you know what? Maybe Dexter takes another step. I mean, I think that he had his moments last year. I don't know that he closed the season quite as strong as we kind of made it up. But he definitely got better. I still feel like I like the idea of him being like a one technique, a giant one technique, and getting somebody a bit quicker, more explosive as a 3 tech. So they still don't have that.
yeah, I'm kind of sitting in the same area where if I'm being optimistic, I want to hope that Dexter has, worked his butt off all off season to get that pad level down, to really work on some of the sloppiness that he had last year, especially in his run defense footwork and keeping his base wide and holding up against more powerful blocks, double teams, stuff like that, because that was really the detriment to him not playing one tech. Was he couldn't hold up to that stuff last year. He was able to do it in college, but blockers were weaker in college. He was able to get away with more. He needed to clean stuff up. And the way I'm looking at this defensive line right now is like there's 3 ways you can attack it, right? You can go after the biggest need, which is edge defender. So that's maybe you can't trade out 75. You're saying we need to get an Austin Booker there. I'm not sure that's going to solve a lot in year 1. Austin Booker, I think, has a long way to go. I think he's a lot to like there.
You see the pick yet?
Yeah, no. Dallas Turner is the pick, so they replace Hunter with Dallas Turner.
Okay. So Austin Booker, I think you're talking about a guy who's going to help you more 2-3 years down the road, which is fine. That's still help down the road. But to me, I'm thinking that they're still going to be targeting defensive tackle more, because you can go a little later in the class and get a guy who I think could contribute meaningful snaps right away in like a Tyler Davis or Dwayne Carter further down the board. I don't think they're going to be great football players for you, but they're going to be serviceable rotational guys, in my opinion, who have a lot of experience and have enough strength to hold up to the NFL level right away. Or The third option I think you could look at is going after the more Gervon Dexter type pick, the high ceiling, low floor guys who have been falling down big boards lately. Guys like Mason Smith, guys like Leonard Taylor III, guys like Mekhi Wingo, who have some of those really excellent traits that you look for, but have a lot of work to do to get to some place where they can really be a consistent difference maker and keep those guys on more of a lighter rotation. But to me, that third option sounds the most enticing to me, to go after the ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of looking at my board here with Dallas Turner coming off to Minnesota, and like sometimes like teams like the Philadelphia Eagles just get lucky because a lot of people were expecting them to take a cornerback, and none of them are off the board. I mean, I think Arnold and Mitchell are both two really good cornerback prospects, and they are, right about to fall into the lap of any teams looking defensive back, which unfortunately, by the way, let's also just say it, the Green Bay Packers could absolutely take a cornerback here with their pick coming up. And they're, I think, 23 without having the board in front of me.
Does Cooper DeJean not feel like a Green Bay Packer already?
I thought he felt like an Eagle to me. Like I thought
the next guy was
have a lot of fun with him
off for the next 10 years.
But like, absolutely. Now the question is though, are they going to have a shot at someone like Arnold or Mitchell, who I do think are better cornerback prospects? So
I agree. Those guys are definitely in a bit different tier.
But yeah, this is we're finally seeing some defensive players off the board here now with Latu, Turner, and Murphy. I assume we're going to see some more. I would assume the Bengals are probably going defense here, but yeah, this draft has been fascinating, and it really did. You guys weren't on here for this. What was your reaction? Let's just go back to the 8th pick here for a little bit. What was your reaction, Kyrie, when Michael Penix is the pick at 8? I mean, with the Rome Odunze situation, I mean, elation there, but just from a Falcons perspective.
Just to set the scene a little bit. So I had mentioned to you that I had to go put my kid down. So I'm carrying my phone around. I got my headphones dangling out of one ear while I carry my girl up out of our bed and take her to her bed. And on the way down, I think I saw like the flash of a Jordan Schultz tweet that was like, Falcons going with Penix. And I'm like, oh, hell no. and then I'm trying to find it and I don't see it. And I'm like, okay, no, it must have been a joke. But I know that was Jordan Schultz. So it's like, I know he's got it. And so I'm looking, I'm refreshing constantly. And finally I see it come across the world like, you MFs. Like, I will try to rationalize this for you real fast. I'll try.
Because the age plays into this too, man. They got Kirk Cousins for $100 million. Guaranteed.
I'm going to try, man. I mean, so what? Kirk Cousins, 35 years old, coming off major knee surgery. The irony of taking Michael Penix after that. But I feel like that kind of pick suggests to me that I don't know if they think Kirk Cousins is going to make it all the way to the end of that contract, whether it's health-wise or play-wise or what have you, or maybe they just have such a good feeling about what Michael Penix will become that they're like, hey, man, let's get you in the building, and then when it's your time, it's your time. And somebody pointed out that Kirk Cousins didn't become like the guy in Washington until he was 27 himself. So it's like, yeah, Michael Penix will be old, but it won't be the most unprecedented situation in the world, maybe. But the only thing I could think is they must not think that Kirk Cousins is going to make it to the end of this deal. And I looked at his contract. They could get out of it and have some cap savings if they wanted to move on after year 2. It's built that way. You're still going to have a ton of dead cap, but you at least have some cap savings. If you get Kirk Cousins, you're trying to win now, right?
Yeah, I would certainly think so.
How does that help you? And I think, and I mean, you're seeing some of these tweets come through where like Terry Fontenot was trying to explain to Arthur Blank what they were doing, and Arthur Blank is clearly just like, what the bleep did you just do? And then you've got Diana Rossini reporting that, yeah, the Falcons called Kirk Cousins just before making the pick to let him know, and that Cousins, suspected that they might be looking at a quarterback, but didn't think they were going to take one in the first round, and definitely not at pick number 8.
Right.
So this, I just wrote an article like detailing a bunch of the stuff with how the Trubisky pick went down, how the development there went down, how the Fields pick and development went down. And I'm seeing Ryan Pace trends all over this of like Mike Glennon at the draft party finding out the pick is a quarterback, and Ryan Pace's demons of twice trying to sit a quarterback behind a veteran for a full season and not being able to do it. And he's like, I finally got my chance to sit this kid and let him learn. Like,
Yep.
I don't know. There's but my instant reaction was a lot like yours, Kyrie. I was on a stream. And I was like, I had Twitter up on the side, and I was like, no,
You lying.
no. I had to click on Albert Breer's profile. I was like, this is really Albert Breer, right? Like, because the check mark doesn't mean anything anymore. And I was like, yep, 650,000 followers.
Yeah,
That's
it's like,
him.
it's not Albert Bread, or like
It's
Alan
just
Breer.
shocking. But
Yeah.
I mean, everything you said, Kyrie, about how the owner found out, how Kirk found out, sounds like Ryan Pace's agenda to me.
I mean, he's basically got half that roster as former Bears, so it's like, he's got
Eddie
got some
Goldman's
influence
back.
with the- They got Eddie Goldman out of retirement, bro. Come on. No, but this dude, he can't keep getting away with it. I remember it was right after, it was literally like the combine, after they moved on from him, and I was down there in Indy, and I saw him walking down the street next to I can't remember which steakhouse I went to at this point, because there's like 50 of them down there. But I just saw him walking just and like holding some kind of covert conversations, like, no, this is how this man really moves.
Everything is a secret. He's like a ninja.
No, seriously, he's just out there, strolling around, one-on-ones, in just, oh my god, it's everything is the meme where he's peeking around the corner.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. That's his entire life, is peeking through that door.
Yeah, the meme is perfect. And Bengals pick is in, by the way. It is Amarius Mims. So we've got more offensive line. And I want to bring in this guy here, and Kyrie Q. You guys can keep staying on. You're happy to stay as long as you guys want. If you need to bounce, that's okay too. But Jeff Berkus is our man in Detroit. He is at the draft. He was there in person for the glory of Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. So, JB, set the stage. What was it like being there for these two picks?
Well, hey, can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm waiting for, I think, both of them to come to the interview room together. Sounds like they jumped on a Zoom call together. So I hopped out because Drake May was coming in. So I figured I'd talk to you guys real quick. But I've been in the press room since about 4, and just like this slow build, and then went into the interview room just to stake my spot when Caleb was picked, and then all the picks after that have been interesting for people's surprise. But the Rome pick came through, spoiled by Twitter for me, but I don't care. I couldn't wait, and we were just getting the interview started with Jaden Daniels. So it was just kind of funny because I was fist pumping silently while everybody else was trying to get their question in for Jaden Daniels. But I think this is just the coolest night I've ever had as a Bears fan. They did exactly what my heart wanted, which was take Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams, of course. And it just feels like this isn't your father's Chicago Bears. This is a brand new football team.
Listen, the most important question that I have, did Caleb Williams look happy to be a Chicago Bear? Because the streets were saying,
well, I think
Chicago.
I think he sure did. But again, I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna be about 10 feet away from him, hopefully in about 15 minutes. So I don't know how long you guys are sticking on, but I can talk about that more later.
We're on through the whole draft. So if you need to jump and come back, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted.
I'm gonna jump out because because I'm gonna jump out because I'm old, or rather, I have a 4-year-old and she ages me.
Okay.
So
I was gonna say
All
that
right,
makes more
Kyrie.
sense, 'cause I
Thank
think
you, my
we're
man.
both older than you.
Celebrate. Have some champagne before you go to bed.
oh, it's gonna be a tequila and mezcal drink for me, dog. All right, y'all. I'll see you later.
See you, Kyrie. Q, you got any questions for JB or anything?
Who just came off the board? The Rams are on the clock now.
Yeah, Mims was taken by Cincinnati.
Oh, okay, that's right. JB, what are the Rams doing here?
I think the Rams are taking Fauci.
Man, you think I can think about another team? I'm just it's funny that we finally started getting the defensive players off the board. So
when Caleb was picked, JB, was it booing because it's in Detroit?
There was a lot of booing. Yeah, I think you could hear it on the broadcast. Like it was.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was broadcasted, so I have no idea what the reaction was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one could hear it on the broadcast. How's that? I think it was pretty strong booing, which I think is great, and it looked like he liked it.
He feeds off it, right? It's unbelievable.
I think so. This is what he wants. So, all right, I'm going to hop back in, guys. I'll try to get back after. All right.
All right, sounds good. Just jump on whenever you want. Oh, so what are you thinking here for the Rams, Q?
I'm thinking you gotta go defense. They just lost the best defensive player in the NFL, right? You got all these defenders on the board. I'm trying to beef up that defense if I'm them.
Yeah, so let's see. I'm looking at my big board. Actually, I've got Brian Thomas next, Troy Fautanu, then I've got Arnold and Mitchell. Oh, wait, Fuaga went. I got to cross him off. Mims. Yeah, I mean, look, this is where you're starting to look at Chop Robinson. This is where you're starting to look at Jared Verse. The two corners here making it this far is unbelievable. It really is. I'm shocked that neither of these guys went. And Jordan Schultz actually says the Jared Verse is the pick. So thank goodness he's not a Chicago Bear. I did not like Jared Verse.
There was a lot of stress over that one.
He screamed Matt Eberflus to me.
He did.
Setting the edge, the just that run defense. I didn't see the explosive pass rush that I wanted to see if you're taking a first round edge. Hits, principles, just everything lined up for Matt Eberflus. So I am glad Rome Odunze is here and not Jared Verse.
Yeah, we've been saying for months over on our draft project that we'd be shocked if another edge rusher was ahead of Jared Verse on the Bears board. It was just like, that is a Matt Eberflus dude through and through. The power, the ability to set the edge, it just felt hits. It was perfect for him.
Right. And now we can actually, I was just thinking about this. We can say that there was a lie, a misdirection, whatever we want to call it. There was plenty of talk of seeing Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles at the NFL Combine, watching the defensive linemen. And it was, if he's there at 9, we take him. And it was, we'll take 2 of them. Whatever exactly it was. That wasn't the case because whoever it was they were watching was on the clock at 9.
It's almost like maybe we shouldn't read that much into everything that's put out there, especially something put out there by the Bears PR staff. Like, for all we know, that was that they said, "Hey, say this. This will be good on the show, right?"
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, look, we've talked about a lot of these things differently from the Bears perspective. So let's talk about the offense a little bit here. Q, I want to get your perspective. I know you've been on for a while. You can take off before anyone else shows up. I can just keep talking because I'm going 4 hours here, baby. But
yeah, I'll hang around a little longer.
All right. Robert Schmitz and we got Robert Schmitz. We got Jacob Infante. EJ Snyder's going to see if he can jump off his stream for a little bit. Lester, he's going to be by. I think JB says he's going to try and jump back on again. So we got plenty more people stopping by here throughout the rest of this first round. But we kind of were talking about it, and it was a crowded room about too many mouths to feed. And we were also, Brendan Shagru is about to jump on. All right. But we're talking about too many mouths to feed. So let me ask you, because I think it's interesting when you talk about the CHGO interview with JSN from last year, and he clearly did not like Shane Waldron because Waldron likes the 12 personnel sets. And I would assume it was because JSN, was getting about 50% of the snaps. He wanted to be on the field more often. So with the 12 personnel, what it is, with the 11 personnel, what it is, what kind of balance if you want to try and predict Shane Waldron, go ahead, but what kind of balance do you see here on trying for Caleb to distribute this football around?
I honestly think it's going to be perfect because I don't think you're with Rome. I think you're talking about such a team first guy. You don't worry about that quite as much, but also Keenan Allen, he's not going to play every snap, right? So you can start the season going, okay, well, to start the season, Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, they're going to be getting most of the targets, most of the snaps. But as the season goes, you can see Rome. I see a picture where Rome Odunze can start to take away snaps and targets from Keenan Allen as the season goes. And by the end of the season, maybe Keenan Allen is that 50-50 guy, 50% of the snaps. And say you make the playoffs, you can reassess at that point. But I think that you're going to be able to keep fresh legs on Keenan Allen by distributing it in certain ways. And you're going to be able to make sure Caleb has everything he needs early in the season by leaning on Keenan Allen more. But later in the season, you can still allow Rome to grow into a role that will be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me bring on Brendan Sugrue, of course, from the Bears Wire. He's at Brendan Sugrue, because I know there's no H in there, on Twitter. Brendan, I want to ask you about ball distribution here that Q was just talking about on offense, but let me get your reaction. 1-9, Williams, Odunze. How are you feeling?
What's up, guys? It's so good to talk with you because I know, we followed each other for a long time, both Bill and Q. So it's great to talk with you guys finally. And what a day. I feel so excited. I really do, because this was really what all of us wanted. We saw the path in front of us. And I think with the Falcons taking Michael Penix, it was clearly right on the board for Rome Odunze to fall. And thankfully, the Bears didn't overthink it. I know that guys like Byron Murphy, guys like Fashanu, all the tackles being available, those could have been good, but this was the slam dunk winner. You give a quarterback like Caleb Williams a prototypical number one wide receiver like Rome Odunze. I've been saying he reminds me of a mini Julio Jones. They've got similar builds. Odunze's slightly slimmer, but the way that they can just run any route, the way that he high points the ball, can come back on those comeback routes. He could kill you with slants and deep balls. This is just a dream scenario for the Bears. And Q, you hit it on the head. The fact that they can lean on DJ Moore and Keenan Allen early, they don't have to rely on Rome Odunze as a number one or even number two wide receiver. He can adjust and kind of get his legs under him, not be stressed out, both mentally and physically, and continue to just get his role better. And I like the idea of him being a team first player. That definitely comes out in his interviews when he's talking. It just really seems like he's all about winning. That was clear as day in Washington. But this is not about just like the first year. This is about these two guys growing together for the next, please, 5 or 10 years. That'd be amazing. But the fact that you got two building blocks on offense is amazing. I just keep saying amazing and excited. And the last thing I'll say real quickly, how about the Bears actually investing in wide receiver for once? They've had two high round first or second round picks in the last 10 years. Kevin White, we know, who had an immense amount of pressure on him right away because it was just him and Alshon Jeffrey. And then Anthony Miller in the second round in 2018. Other than that, they've just thrown darts in the draft, and pretty much only one of them is hit when it comes to Darnell Mooney. So how about the fact that you get one of those bona fide guys right at the top and don't overthink it and just make sure your quarterback is set? It's so good. I'm so happy.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be happy. Before we keep going in the conversation, Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. Troy Fautanu going to Pittsburgh, so he'll help keep Justin Fields upright once Russell Wilson gets benched, whenever that is. But Brendan, let me also ask you here, because I was talking to Q about this. Between 12 and 11 personnel, and going back to just kind of thinking about JSN and that CHGO interview where he just clearly was not a fan of Shane Waldron. I'm assuming it's because he didn't feel he was on the field involved in the offense enough, and he kind of started talking about too many mouths to feed. The Bears have never had an offense with too many mouths to feed, but they now have 5 legitimate targets here on offense. How do you think the Bears balance 11, 12 personnel and Shane Waldron and Caleb Williams getting the ball to everybody?
Well, it is going to be a lot of 2 tight end personnel. We know that with Gerald Everett, Cole Kmet, both of those guys. I mean, they stay on the field quite a bit. Obviously, Cole Kmet more so, especially with Everett kind of getting up in age. You know, he's not going to be needed as much. But I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think Q kind of hit it where DJ Moore is going to be that guy no matter what. You have Odunze who can be the X, going like, what's the word I'm trying to say? Definitely more like as the season goes on, where he's going to be on the field more instead of just specific packages. And then Keenan Allen, of course, can be the slot, but he also can move around. Look, having too many miles, that's a great problem to have, because look at last year. It was DJ Moore. It was DJ Moore 85% of the time, Cole Kmet 10% of the time, and then everybody else just kind of, looking for scraps. So it's definitely going to be a lot more target share, or even target share, I would say. And it keeps fresh legs. I mean, we all know about Keenan Allen's injury history. He doesn't have to play 85% of the snaps now. He can be utilized a little bit more effectively, especially as the season goes on, if you're in a playoff push. I know Q just said that, but it makes perfect sense. And then you can also still run the ball effectively with guys like DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson. I don't think Khalil Herbert's going anywhere, at least not yet. So you still have 3 capable running backs that you can rely on, and have those 2 tight end, potentially 3 tight end sets, to really just load up the offensive line and get things going. So if I'm Shane Waldron, and just knowing what he has liked to do over the last few years, I am just praying and thanking all of the fancy toys and opportunities that the Bears have given him, because he's got to be licking his chops putting this playbook together.
Yeah, like Luke Getsy, and I understand he made plenty of mistakes as offensive coordinator, but he had, looking at what the Bears have on offense now, he has to just slam his clipboard down on the ground when he had to deal with Tyler Scott as wide receiver 2 for chunks of the year. And now Tyler Scott is basically their 7th receiving option.
He's Brucey. He's now I'm not going to get to play.
Great reference.
So Q, let me ask you here. I mean, things have worked out really well for the Bears. The Vikings here, let's be honest, things have worked out well for the Vikings. They traded up to get Dallas Turner that replaces Hunter, and of course they're still able to get their quarterback without having to give up massive draft capital. Now, if the Green Bay Packers are looking corner, this is really lining up well for them. Still no corners off the board at 21.
Yeah, I mean, that they have their pick of the litter right now. I mean, you hate to see them get better, but they're probably going to get better because they're going to get a really good football player. I mean, Terry and Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell's number 13 on our board over here. That is
I got Arnold
board.
16 and Mitchell 17 for me.
Yeah.
So.
And we got Arnold 17. And we got Nate Wiggins right there with them too. And I think there was some injury stuff there, but they're going to get a good football player here. And that, you hate to see it, but this has been a weird draft.
Yeah, it really has. Basically no trades. We thought there was going to be a lot of movement, but there's been 2 or 3. It's been a really interesting draft. So I'm going to add another one here to the stage here. Robert Schmitz, the big captain of the Bears blog.
Bill, I think I'm going to duck out with that one. So
all right,
talk to you guys later. Yeah,
thank you for hanging.
All right, see you, man.
Well, how are you guys feeling?
How are things?
I bring everyone in 1 and 9. Give me your reaction.
Okay, so 1's obviously chalk. I mean, it's hard for me to pretend that I'm somehow unexcited, right? I'm very, very excited. It's funny, right? Because you take a look through this. I mean, yes, we had the whole Bears Twitter civil war thing. Everybody took a side. We all took a stance. To me, this felt like it was written in stone from the moment that the Bears lost that, or from the moment that the Panthers lost that game. I cheered for them like I was the Bears, right? In week 17. And at that point, all of a sudden, the Bears were going to get their hands on one of the most talented quarterbacks that they had ever had the opportunity to draft. But Bill, here's the crazy part to me, is when they drafted Caleb, the outpour of emotion that we saw from him, something clicked in me where I said, not only did the Bears draft one of the most talented quarterbacks they've ever had the opportunity to draft, he looks enthralled at the opportunity of coming to Chicago to prove something wrong. He pointed at that Bears jersey like he wanted to redefine what it means to play quarterback in Chicago, which has me feeling things that I thought I couldn't feel anymore about a move that I've been processing for months, right? Like this should be like talking about this should be that moment that somebody asks you, how was the wedding 6 months after the wedding? And you go, it was great. Neat, because it's gone, right? But instead, this is unbelievably exciting. I mean, it's funny. Everybody spends so much time talking about Caleb Williams' ceiling. I think his floor looks really high. I think Caleb Williams has every opportunity to deliver at least average quarterback play to Chicago next year on an offense that, not to spoil number 9 here, is quickly shaping up to have an awful lot of pieces. So if you get, I mean, Bill, let me ask you this. Let me throw this back at you. What are you going to do with yourself if by week 6, Ian Rappaport tweets out, Caleb Williams has broken the Bears rookie touchdown record with 12 total touchdowns. And then in week 9, he tweets out, Caleb Williams has broken the Bears rookie yardage record with 2,300 yards. And then in week 16, he tweets out, Caleb Williams has broken the Eric Kramer's record with 3,950 yards. And then in week 17, he tweets out, Caleb Williams is the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards. And then in week 18, he tweets out, Caleb Williams is the first Bears quarterback to throw for 30 touchdowns. And then months later, in February, Caleb Williams is selling you insurance. He's selling you candy. He's selling you cars. He's selling you everything you've ever seen. How are you going to handle that? Because for me, it's going to be like living in dream world.
Yeah,
it's going to be something I never expected, but I'm happy to experience.
It's going to be awesome, but it is going, I'm serious when I say this, it's going to feel a little bit like we're in a foreign country, right? Like it's really cool. You know, you've never been to, Paris. So you're walking around Paris. You don't speak any French. There's a language that you don't quite know, but you're seeing all these cool things you've never seen before, because I've watched plenty of good quarterback play, but I've seen it always against the Bears and not for the Bears. I mean,
right.
we've talked about it all day here on this stream. I would be stunned if at a minimum he is not the second greatest quarterback in Chicago Bears history. And that all he's got to do is eclipse McMahon and Cutler. And I know that's not very difficult to do. Sorry, Jay Cutler fans, but it's true. But the fact of the matter is this is potentially going to be something that we as Bears fans haven't experienced. Sure, we watched it with the Rams and the greatest show on turf, and we watched it with some of these Patrick Mahomes Chiefs teams and some of the Aaron Rodgers Packers teams, unfortunately. But the fact of the matter is that this team, like we're talking about, they have 5 legitimate mouths to feed on an offense. Like there's no reason that Caleb Williams and this team, other than the defensive line, and Robert, we're going to get to that with you and Brendan here in a minute, but other than the defensive line, the offensive line looks at minimum serviceable. There is no reason to think that this offense is not going to be the best offense we've seen, and it's going to be done with a rookie quarterback. Sure, he's going to make mistakes, but there's just no reason to not be excited and not be happy. And even if you were I want to tackle, I want a defensive lineman, whatever it might be, you still can't be upset with Rome Odunze. And Brendan, what do you got?
I just want to throw in just everything you're saying. The fact we don't have to worry about a veteran quarterback taking snaps away, dealing with this stupid minicamp, training camp quarterback battle. Like, okay, well, the veteran's going to start week 1 and week 2, and we'll see when we can get the rookie in. No, this is Caleb Williams' team from the get-go. And I love the fact that, like, the Bears offense is giving him the keys right away. They said, this is you. Go run with it. Drive the car. Get familiar with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, all of these guys, and just make those mistakes and, establish that rapport. I think it's going to be great when we're in August at Hallis Hall, just seeing him take all of those snaps. And then it's just going to make so much sense as the season goes on, because now there's not going to be as much of an adjustment period, even just with the players that he's playing with. So the fact that we've had to go through this for many, many years before with Fields, with Trubisky, with Grossman, quite literally every single Bears quarterback, rookie quarterback, we don't have to do that this year. And I think that's going to be something that is going to benefit both the team and Williams not only this year, but in the long run.
All right, let me jump in. Dolphins pick is in. Chop Robinson going 21 to the Miami Dolphins. Not exactly replacing Christian Wilkins, but obviously trying to look to get more beef up front. So, Robert, what were you going to add to that?
What I was going to say is to take what Brendan was saying and then to circle it back into number 9, right? First of all, normally Caleb Williams is enough, right? Normally for the team picking number 1 overall, not only is your team worse, but you only get 1 selection. Number 9 has always kind of felt like a bonus. I think a lot of us have talked about that. But beyond that, Bill, normally who's the name? I'm going to put you on the spot. Normally who gets called?
I'm sorry. I was texting Jacob Infante about when he can come on, so I didn't hear the question.
No, then Brendan, I'll pivot it to you. You've been a Bears fan your whole life. Normally, the chalk, not even boring, the chalk best player available, offensive player falls right to the Bears, and then they pick who in this draft?
Probably the defensive end, like somebody like Latu or
Verse.
Jared Verse, I would say, because
they pick Verse. They pick Murphy. I expected it at this point. I've been talking about Verse and Murphy on Twitter, trying to prep people for it, because that is how the Bears are not this like polls. That is how the Bears franchise has operated my whole life. They will give the offense 1 slice of bread. And in this case, they gave him 2. They drafted Darnell Wright and Caleb Williams. Whoa, more than usual. Rome Odunze falls to the Bears. They actually take him. And I'm sitting here looking at a different team, Bill. I've been doing this for 5 years. We've always known that passing yards equate to winning games. Even the Trestman Bears that passed like maniacs won games because passing yards and winning tend to go pretty hand in hand. It's not a perfect science. There's a lot more to it than that, but it's a modern game. And the Bears look modern? Like, this kind of pick looks as if it's not only not overthinking it, but beyond that. Like, I could say all kinds of things about analytics. Your quarterback is obsessed with it. Like, there's an energy in this Bears locker room and around this Bears team that I can't imagine Jalen Johnson, Cole Kmet, DeMarcus Walker isn't feeling, right? Like, this strikes me as the kind of team that so long as they don't read their own headlines, they could enter training camp and go to war with each other. And that's great. I hope Tyreek Stevenson learns something from getting dusted by Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze. What could be better than iron sharpening iron? Is there a point where we start expecting this team to make the playoffs? I'm saying that as quietly and low energy as I can.
I'll say it. I have playoff expectations for this season. I don't have winning the division expectations, but when I look at the NFC, and I'm also looking at what the NFC teams have done here, like a team like Atlanta, who made some moves, and you sit there and say they could be a player away from making a nice jump, and then they take Michael Penix, who's going to sit on the bench with their 8th pick. When that helps the Chicago Bears. So when I look at this, I don't see, or I'm not guaranteeing the Bears are going to, make the playoffs, but I don't see why this team, they should have a fairly soft schedule. I know you never know until you actually get to the games, and bad teams are better than you expect them to be. But I don't see any reason why this team can't be 9-8 or 10-7 and be in competition. Now, again, health, we know you got to have health, but they should be able to compete with, when you look at the 6th, 7th, 8th teams right now in the NFC, to me, there's no reason to think the Chicago Bears can't at least be with that group. Brendan, do you?
No, of course. They were in contention last year at 7-10, eventually finishing 7-10 with Justin Fields and that offense that was so one-dimensional. And we mentioned just how it funneled through DJ Moore and Cole Kmet, and that's it. Now you have so much more else with it. Not only a new offensive coordinator, but new weapons and just a new style completely. And of course, let's not forget the quarterback and Odunze, plus a top 10 fringe defense already that has really only lost one player of consequence, which I would say Justin Jones. They do still need to fill that area on the defensive line. And yes, there is another edge rusher, but my gosh, there aren't many holes on this team. They've just built and built. And that was coming off a 7-10 season where they were in playoff contention until mid-December, and they were just one Darnell Mooney drop away in the Cleveland end zone from continuing that dream and possibly squeaking in somehow. So yes, playoffs are absolutely on the table this year.
And let me say something, because I know a lot of us, when we were talking about building this team, started sitting there and saying, all right, there is a really heavy investment on defense. And when you look at these second round picks that Ryan Poles has made, you've got Brisker, you've got Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson, Jervon Dexter. I know Zach Pickens was a third round pick, but he was a 64th pick overall. They traded a second round pick for Montez Sweat. And you're sitting here going, my God, when are they going to do something on offense? But now you're sitting here. Ryan Poles has had 3 first round picks, Robert, and every single one of them offensive players.
Offensive cornerstones. I mean, what do you, especially since one thing, Bill, that I've spent a lot of time talking about, because it sounds fake until you talk through it. Darnell Wright, despite playing not the blind side, playing right tackle, right, somehow managed to line up against nearly every most scary pass rusher on every other team. Because it's easy to forget that the league has moved in a direction where most of those pass rushers all play on the other side. So the blindside tackle isn't unimportant. It's not like that's what I'm saying. But you've got cornerstone in your offensive line, top 10 pick. You've got, you sure hope, the cornerstone of your offense in Caleb Williams, top 10 pick. And you've got a receiver in Rome Odunze that might be, including Marvin Harrison, the receiver with the most to gain from learning from Keenan Allen for a year. Because I would argue that their body types are similar enough that the way he gets open and the minutia of how he approaches the game, if Rome can absorb that in a year, oh my goodness, I don't know what he'll do. But it's an incredibly exciting thought. And so suddenly, Bill, I consider myself a clear-minded and rational person. Suddenly I'm left wondering, okay, what would the Bengals need to loosen up Trey Hendrickson? Like, you start thinking, okay, how much is Carl Lawson going to cost? Because the Bears are starting to gear up at a rate on offense where they add 1 to 2 more pass rushers to this mix come hell or high water, and you have yourself a complete football team. Are you going to go to the Super Bowl year 1? Probably not, Bill. But what a dream it would be to compete for all 5 cheap rookie years, wouldn't it?
Oh, and it's definitely on the board. Like if the ball bounces right this season, a lot of good things can happen. And look, Howie Roseman, he's probably going to be miserable when he's in hell, because he's clearly made a deal with the devil, because everything comes up gold for this guy. The Eagles pick is in at 22. Quinyon Mitchell, arguably the best corner. A lot of people thought he was going to go 11, 12, maybe 13. Sitting there at 22, they get CB1, the Philadelphia Eagles, and Howie Roseman continue to just beef up a good team.
And not to mention, Brendan, let me ask you this. If I told you that with 2 first-round picks, the Vikings were going to pay like somewhere between 7 and 11 late-round picks between next year and this year, and come away with J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner, are you worried about them in the division going forward?
Am I worried about them? Not yet, because I'm very just kind of mixed on JJ McCarthy. I think a lot of people, probably feel the same way. You just see some of the potential, but you're like, he's still very much an unknown. I was a little upset, and maybe this is just me hanging on, harboring feelings from last year, but the fact that the Jets were able to get a second pick, or they got 2 different picks plus moving down, whereas the Bears only got that future 4th from the Eagles. I'm like, well, the Bears probably could have got a little more to move down a spot. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The Dallas Turner deal I thought was great, because he was the one that I was the most shocked that he fell so far into the late teens. So I was, for the Vikings, I'm like, that's a pretty good pick. And I think it does fit what Brian Flores likes to do. I could see him being really, really happy to get that edge rusher. But as far as JJ McCarthy goes, I'm very just mid on him. Like, I'm not scared of it. I think he could develop into another solid guy, but how long is it until he starts playing? Because now you have the conversation of Sam Darnold versus JJ McCarthy. And that's just that feels like a very mid kind of similar type players who are out there in Minnesota. So I guess to answer your question, I'm scared more of Dallas Turner being on Brian Flores' defense, way more so than JJ McCarthy being with Kevin O'Connell. And that's saying that as a Kevin O'Connell fan, because I do like him as a coach.
Yeah,
Right.
and look, I like JJ McCarthy, but I would be surprised if JJ McCarthy becomes what I expect him to be. I still would have a hard time believing he's a top 10 quarterback in the league. When he is there, when he's at his peak, when he reaches where I expect him to be, that's where I think, 12, 13, where I usually would put the Kirk Cousins and the Jared Goffs. I know Jared Goff, maybe right now you might put 7 or 8 right now, depending on how much you like him. But that's kind of where I see JJ McCarthy. So I'm okay with it. I'm glad they weren't able to get up to 3 and get Drake May, because that's the next guy with the big ceiling to me. I don't know if he's going to hit it. I know he's got some warts. I was shocked with how much negativity was around Drake May, but hey, he still goes 3. But that's the bottom line to me is Brian Flores and Turner and what's going to happen there. Absolutely. Turner, I think, is going to be able to put pressure. I had Turner 8th on my big board. I'm a fan of his. I know there were some medicals that apparently popped up, but overall, guys, I look at this and go, the Vikings have helped themselves. The Packers are about to help themselves, because if the board, I think, is falling well for them, but neither team, and obviously Detroit hasn't had a pick yet. They're just spending money, like they're going to put Ford out of business. But the bottom line here is, no matter what the Packers do, no matter what the Vikings do, no matter what the Lions do, none of them help themselves more than the Chicago Bears.
For sure. I got one quick question before I got to hop out. I got to keep writing, but I'm just wondering what you guys think now that, Ryan Poles said with guys like Fashanu and Fatanu and Fawaga, I keep saying his name wrong, on the board, they decided to keep Braxton Jones and go with the receiver, which I think a lot of us felt that offensive tackle could still be a position that the Bears picked at 9. Do you think that Ryan Poles has that faith in Braxton Jones? Maybe he just didn't see the value with going with somebody who wasn't Joe Alt and possibly Latham there?
But Jacob Infante's joined, so we're going to bring Jacob here in just one second. Here's what I'll say to that, Brendan. I think he just looked at it as, I've got 2 years with Braxton Jones. I don't have to extend him next year. He's serviceable. He's a, I don't remember who said it, but I liked it. He's a functional left tackle in this league. He doesn't need to be replaced. If Joe Alt was sitting there at 9, go. I'm good. Fine. I would have no issues with that. But I look at it and go, let's kick this can down the road. We wanted a receiver. We went out, we got a receiver. There were always a little buzz that maybe Caleb was pushing them privately to try and get them to take Odunze if he was there at 9. So that was a no-brainer pick. It made sense to me. And I sit here and go, this next off season, they're going to commit to fixing the defensive line. That's the way, free agency, maybe early in the draft. I think there's going to be a focus there. Then the year after that, then you can maybe start worrying about tackle or something like that. So again, these rosters are always fluid. I just look at it as they didn't need a tackle. They had, it wasn't just the only good picks were tackles. You had Rome Odunze, you had Byron Murphy, you had other guys that you could take. And I just think Odunze being there at 9, it just made too much sense. Robert?
I always think to myself, Brandon, why would a GM give up on his pet project first when all that pet project is done is exceed expectations, right? And so I can't help looking at Braxton Jones, and I'm like, well, Braxton Jones is a good pick. Up until the moment where you overpay him, Braxton Jones is a feather in your cap. Why immediately declare that feather an issue? Which is what happens when you upgrade on the other thing. Not to mention, I hate talking in these terms, but negotiations with players, especially players that think they're good, are never easy. Keenan Allen was going to take you behind the woodshed if he had a decent season and you didn't immediately have somebody to replace him with. With Rome Odunze in tow, now Keenan and Rome get to find their balance very quickly. And if Keenan wants to stay and be a part of that, Keenan's going to have to meet the Bears where they are, as opposed to the Bears meeting Keenan where he is to bring him back for a second or third year. So thinking ahead, I personally, Bill and I have talked about this, don't think Braxton has played poorly enough to not earn 2024. Beyond that, I don't know. But at least 2024, it seems like why not let the guy play the third year of his contract? But eventually, I would love for the Bears to upgrade a little bit more in the interior offensive line. But I mean, I almost feel like I'm cheating on the Bears when I talk about that because, Jacob, I'm sure you feel the same way. I don't normally get to talk about this many good offensive players. Normally, I get probably 2 less and 1 more okay one. So the fact that I get to talk about Darnell Wright and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Caleb Williams and I had Cole Kmet, throw him in there if you feel like it. Like more than half the offense is legit good. And I'm like, what do I do with this? It's just never been our life. It's that LeBron meme, right? Like, I can't believe this is
smiling through it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob, before you answer, I just went 23. The Jaguars, after their trade with the Vikings, took Brian Thomas. They wanted to trade up to try and get a receiver, couldn't get one, so they felt comfortable trading back and taking the next receiver. So Brian Thomas, wide receiver 4. Brendan, I know you said you had to jump, so thank you for jumping on. I know you weren't sure if you could squeeze it in. I appreciate it. So thanks so much.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon, Jacob. Sorry we couldn't talk, but nice talking with you too, Robert. Appreciate the invite. So I'll talk to you guys soon.
No, actually, Brendan said Jacob. Once Jacob comes on, I'm leaving. I can't deal with that guy. So that's what that was all.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm just I don't know. I'm a bad influence. I'm a bad influence on people. So Brendan made the right choice.
So Jacob, everyone who comes on, my first 1 and 9. Give me your initial thoughts.
I feel like, I mean, obviously it matters what the Bears do in rounds 3 and 4. Whether they trade up, they trade down, they stay put, whatever they do, like I'll, be analyzing that, realistically as well. But they could screw up both of those picks, and I'd still be ecstatic with what the Bears came away with in this draft. I think just because of 1 and 9 alone. In an ideal world, you just drafted your franchise superstar quarterback and your future wide receiver 1 in the same class. And I think that's a scary, fun thought just to process at one point. So I think for reference, I had Caleb Williams as the number 1 player on my board. Obviously, I had him at quarterback 1. I had Odunze as the 4th overall player on my board and wide receiver 2 in this class, just behind Marvin Harrison Jr. So from a pure value perspective, the Bears took the best player on my board both times, which for my own selfish purposes, I'm very happy with. But also from a philosophical standpoint, I love it because, like Robert was saying, it's been a long time since the Bears have had a truly loaded offense to the point where, they have multiple players who could be impact players. Like the only, recent time I can think of were those Tressman Bears where you have, Jeffrey, Marshall, Bennett, Forte, and Cutler. But even then, I feel like this offense has the potential to be even better than that because sure, I mean, I think Forte in his peak is better than Swift right now, but the Bears wide receiver 3 that year was who? Like Marquise Wilson, I think it was.
That sounds right.
Like that's Rome Odunze. When you compare that, this is a much more well-rounded offense, a much deeper offense than those Tressman Bears that keep being pointed to as, oh, that's the peak of Chicago Bears offensive football. And, rightfully so, because for that 1 year, they were fantastic on that side of the ball. But I think the fact that you have 2 star wide receivers proven on the roster already, another guy with star wide receiver potential, someone who should be able to contribute right away. You have Cole Kmet, who, at least in my opinion, I feel like a top 10 tight end is pretty safe to say. I don't think he's elite, but I think he's definitely in the top half of starters in the league. Gerald Everett being, I think, one of the better tight end 2s in the league. Maybe a lower end tight end 1, but regardless, that with an ascending offensive line with a running back tandem of DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert, and who knows, maybe maybe Roshan Johnson develops into something. That is a loaded offense. And I think in years past, you're looking at the quarterbacks that the Bears have brought in and that they've drafted. There haven't been really a lot of opportunities for those quarterbacks to, excuse me. I have been talking a lot.
He's choked up, guys. He's just
choked
up.
I'm so emotional. I'm so emotional, you guys.
Lions have traded up with Dallas for 24, by the way.
Ooh.
Detroit Lions.
Gotta be Terry Arnold, right?
Would make a lot
I
of
think
sense.
so. That or Cooper. That or Cooper Dijon. I should know this. I
heard an NFL Network guy say Dijon, and I would be blown away if those guys didn't prep pronunciation.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You know, when I had Dane Brugler on my podcast and he said Olu Fashanu, I wanted to correct him because I'd been calling him Fashanu for 2 years. And I'm like, no, it's Fashanu.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, are you gonna correct Dane Brugler? Like that's a rock in a hard place. But yeah, anyway, just to sum up my ramblings before I got so emotional and drawn to tears. I don't think I've seen a rookie Bears quarterback invested in this heavily. And I think that's a very exciting prospect if you're a Chicago Bears fan, because it feels like the organization is learning from its past mistakes, from its predecessors who threw Justin Fields in to throw to, Darnell Mooney. I mean, Darnell Mooney and Allen Robinson, that was all right his first year, but then 2022, Justin Fields was throwing to Equinemius St. Brown and Dante Pettis and Byron Pringle as starters.
But you do have, look, Allen Robinson was okay, but 2021 Allen Robinson, who quit on the team, had no interest in being here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
That was not 2018 Allen Robinson.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Trubisky was throwing to Kendall Wright and Dontrell Inman. Jay Cutler, when the Bears traded for him, was throwing to wide receiver one, Devin Hester, who wasn't even really a true wide receiver at that point. Just historically, the Bears have bungled the year one situation that these rookie quarterbacks or these quarterbacks they acquire that they inherit. And I feel like that's totally different now with Caleb. So
don't forget, Jacob, there's always the customary veteran who has to start the whole year. He never starts the whole year either. So then I'll never forget the one that really stuck it to me was Glenham. Like, obviously we were all there for it, but it was like, he's going to start the whole year. I mean it, the 4 games. And it was like, what did we do this for? What was the point? Instead, now we're looking at an offensive line that, for the most part, played together last year. We're looking at a really sweet receiver room with crazy body diversity in terms of just what these different targets can be. And here's a question I'll ask you, Jacob, if you don't mind getting into it. Okay, so chances are you're going to use Keenan Allen as much as you can in the slot, and you're probably going to ask Rome to play more of an X role, and you'll have DJ Moore as the Z that you can move wherever you want and let him run wherever he wants. But if you were to guess, where do you think Rome is going to be succeeding? Like, in what area of the field do you think they're going to use Rome the most?
Yeah, so I feel like looking at Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, I think they both offer inside-outside versatility. And, especially Keenan Allen, I think, feasts a lot out of the slot. So I think that's probably where he's going to see a decent amount of his playing time. DJ Moore can play out of the slot. I like him, in theory, as a field side weapon as well. So I guess that leaves Odunze to play the boundary. And I think the nice thing with these receivers is any one of them, I think, can play the boundary, can play field side, can play in the slot. And I expect Shane Waldron to move those guys around a decent amount to try and, catch defenses on their toes. But I do think Odunze, with what he has, it's a skill set that the Bears didn't currently have at receiver heading into today, where they have that big-bodied receiver who can win above the rim. They have that now in Odunze. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, incredible wide receivers. That's not their forte. So I think that when you have a bigger guy like Odunze who can make those contested catches, who can win those jump balls at a higher level. And I think he's good. He's very good at getting NFL open. I think people mistake, he doesn't get college open where it's, 6 yards and a cloud of dust, whatever the hell. Because you have those, such wide hash marks, you have so much of a field to work with. I think that in a more compact NFL playing field, in a more compact, hash mark system, I think Odunze is really going to thrive because he has that subtle separation, and I think it's really going to show more in the NFL. So put him along the boundary. I think he's physical enough to play with some of those, boundary corners at the next level. I think that he's physical enough to win in tight windows. I think he's physical enough to, and he's also quick enough to be able to create that quick instant separation that you might necessarily need a little bit more along the boundary. So, I think ultimately that's where you're going to put him. I'm going to get a glass of water real quick because my throat feels like it is being destroyed between all my hooting and hollering after the Bears drafted Rome Odunze and hopping on Lester's post-pick pod. So I'm going to be right back in like 2 minutes. I just need a little something to rest my throat. But
go ahead, Jacob.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy right now. So
yeah, as you should. So all right. So Jacob will be back in a second. So Robert, I'll ask you this here, and before I do, Terrion Arnold is in fact the pick for the Detroit Lions at 24, which I wasn't thinking about at the time when they traded up. Green Bay sitting at 25. That might have been Detroit saying we are going to take that away from our division rival. But I assume the Packers, they got Nate Wiggins or DeJean here, so they'll find a good corner. But Robert, I want to ask you this, and I did bring this up to Q and Kyrie when they were on, especially because Kyrie covers the Ravens. But you and I have talked, and we were both big Byron Murphy guys. Now, we were not anti-Odunze, and I've been stressing that over and over here that Odunze was ahead on my big board 5 and 6. I'm a big Murphy guy. Murphy going to Seattle with Mike McDonald and what he did with Matabuke in Baltimore, what he can do with the 3-tech, that is a great fit, and I think Murphy's going to be a monster for Seattle.
I think Murphy is going to be a monster there. And I mean, it's funny, Bill, right? Because if you and I were creating a team on paper, then I still wonder what that Murphy pick could have done for the Bears. I'm not upset about it, though, for a bazillion reasons. Not only do I think that the Bears got the BPA, like they got the best player available, and we love it when our team drafts BPA. But beyond that, Bill, there's also something to me really silently comforting about the idea. So you and I have talked about this. Let me bring in another thing you and I have talked about, Bill. We've talked about how Bears fans, I don't want to use words like need to get over, but we need to accept that if we are going to if we are going to succeed the way we want to succeed, we're going to do it with Matt Eberflus. There is no changing head coach here.
Changing head coach would mean it's been an epic failure.
He's the conductor, whether we like it or not. And I'll tell you, Bill, there's something oddly comforting about the idea that Matt Eberflus, in a season that I know it's not make or break, but this is a big one for the way people understand you. He's trusting the tip of the spear to a rookie quarterback and a rookie wide receiver. He didn't say, hey, give me Byron Murphy. I'll make this work. He didn't say, hey, I need one of those pass rushers. What do you want me to do without one of these pass rushers? He said, yeah, offense is how we win games. We need offense. And signed off on it because he's the head coach. And there's something, Bill, to me, almost unquantifiable about a Bears defensive head coach understanding the game of football and the way that it's played in 2020 that I got to say, I'm into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like we've come a long way from Ryan Pace hiding draft picks from John Fox. So when you talk about having defensive coaches here. So Jacob Infante is back. So Jacob, I'm going to get your instant reaction here. I thought maybe Detroit jumping Green Bay to go get a corner, thinking Green Bay would go corner. They don't. They don't go Tyler Guyton. They go Jordan Morgan. At 25 here. Jordan Morgan is the pick. I don't know if you project him at tackle or guard, but the Packers, they know how to keep their offensive line in the top 10. every year as Robert cuddles his kitty. What do you think of Green Bay's selection here of Jordan Morgan at 25?
So this one, I mean, I'll admit, with Cooper DeJean on the board, I'm not so sure about this one for Green Bay. And I'm not just saying that because, oh, it's the Packers, whatever. It's more of, I see Jordan Morgan as a guard, right? And I think part of that comes down to, I don't think he has the length to consistently stand at his point of attack in the NFL. He doesn't meet that threshold. I want to say he's somewhere in the 32-inch mark. Yeah, he's just under 33 inches. So, I mean, he could, in theory, play tackle, but he's still his arm length is 9th percentile for an offensive tackle. So I think that would provide some issues for him at tackle at the next level. I see him much more of a guard. He's athletic. I think he has the versatility that the Packers like up front, the ability to, move around a little bit. I think is something that obviously between Elgton Jenkins and, Zach Tom as well being a notable example of versatile offensive linemen that the Packers currently have. I think Morgan fits that bill. I guess they'll have him as a right guard, is my assumption. Otherwise, they're going for, a short-armed offensive tackle. He's a good athlete. I think the physical tools are there from an athleticism, from a strength perspective. I think there are a couple of, technical flaws in his game from, how he uses his hands and the spatial awareness, but I could see him being a decent starter in the NFL. I don't think he's going to be a world beater just because, I had him in round 2 and I think that projects him out as, he could be a good starter, but I don't know. I think 25 is a little rich. Me personally, I would have, if I'm going interior offensive line, I would have gone Jackson Powers Johnson or Graham Barton out of Duke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I had Cooper Bebe ahead of Jordan Morgan too. So I don't know. I guess this depends on whether the Packers plan on playing Morgan as tackler guard, but I feel like they could have done better here. I feel like they really could have.
Yeah. Now look, we shouldn't question Packers and offensive line because they churn them out.
Oh yeah.
But that I agree with you. A little questionable here. And I want to bring Jeff Berkus back in because he is joining us from Detroit. He was here for a few minutes before, but he had to run to, I believe, try and speak with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. So JB, fill us in.
So I thought maybe they'd come together because they were jumping on Zoom calls together and everything, but they did not. It was just Caleb Williams. But I want to say, here's my takeaway. A lot of these are young men, so I'm not judging the other guys, but you had like Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels coming in. They got sunglasses on, it's kind of hiding a little bit, right? Caleb Williams walks in. He's incredibly comfortable at the podium. Sits to, how you all doing? No sunglasses. He's fine. He's very deliberate in answering the questions. He gave really good, strong answers with length. There's a lot of very short, clipped answers from a lot of these other guys. And again, it is what it is, right? Young men, I'm not judging their presence, but Caleb's born into it. Like, he's born to this. Like, he's good at it. He's comfortable. He's confident. It's just everything about it. It was franchise. It's just everything all over it. I loved it. I love seeing just the confidence and how he controlled the room. So many more people like yelling a question at him than any other person that has been up there. And it's just very calm, and didn't need anybody to repeat anything. The presence in the room was notable, remarkable.
Yeah, and I'm just going to jump in here. Buccaneers on the clock at 26. Their pick is in. Graham Barton. Again, probably a better selection as an interior offensive lineman than Jordan Morgan. But, again, the Packers are going to be the Packers. So, JB, did Rome Odunze come in at all yet or not yet?
So not yet. Latu was the next in the room, so I figured I'd stop out. I don't know how long the rest of this first round is going to go. It's already 11:15 here. I need to drive to Ann Arbor tonight, so it's a long day for me. But yeah, I'm still kind of waiting on Rome. I think maybe they just had more interview requests to do local interview stuff than some of these other guys because they're not coming as they were drafted. So the Bears players are taking a lot longer to get to the podium because I think that they just have more of those local interview requests that happen before they come to the main media room.
So anything else that happened in Detroit, Bears or unbears related, that you found interesting?
Well, I created, I guess, a little bit of a stir from some people by tweeting out that I overheard maybe someone who works with Rome Odunze's camp. It was just a conversation where it felt like he was maybe, younger guy, was kind of maybe talking a little bit out of class to some Bears fans. And he said something to the effect of like, well, yeah, maybe I will start becoming a Bears fan because I represent Rome Odunze, and it sounds like there's good chance he'll be with the Bears, or something to that effect. And I tweeted out, "Hey, overheard at the Bears helmet," and people kind of freaked out about it. I don't know, man. I think that there's been a lot of. I think we're going to learn that there was a lot of real interest from the Bears early and often, and clearly Caleb has a connection with this guy. I think we're going to see a lot of behind the scenes footage that this was a long time coming, and it's really exciting, man. I mean, this is Robert and I talked about this. This was what my heart wanted. My mind might have thought that the Bears would have gone in a different direction, but this is kind of a dream come true to see these guys paired, and they already have a chemistry, and they already seem to really get along. I just don't know what more you could ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. And Robert, any questions for JB? Any closing thoughts here before we send you on your merry way?
Nothing specific, JB. More than anything, I think that means you broke the story. I mean, I think it sounded like you had this. You know what I'm saying?
That's high quality investigative journalism right there.
That's what they teach at Missouri.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think we were losing
you
your
guys. I looked at his shoes, and the guy had my shoes.
Guys, thank y'all so much.
I was going to say the guy that you mentioned that said he had good shoes. That was it.
You bet.
Hey,
love it, guys.
Shoes
So
count.
excited. Can't wait.
Ask Andy Dufresne. Shoes count.
Yep,
and we are also
exactly right. That's exactly what I quoted.
Did you? All right, we are going to bring in Lester Wiltfong, the big boss man of Windy City Gridiron, as we continue. Oh, I guess JB's gone.
All
right. Well, that was it from JB in Detroit. But we still got Lester. We got Jacob. I know they've been already talking plenty, but Lester, we haven't gotten your reaction here. 3.5 hours, and I still haven't gone to the bathroom. What do you have to say?
Oh my God, that is awesome! You are a trooper. Man, I mean, we all knew Caleb was the pick. We've known this for months and months and months. But Rome Odunze, how is this even possible that the draft board fell perfectly and Ryan Poles went ahead and got the guy that, I mean, fans wanted him. We had polls at the site. There's been polls on Twitter. This is the guy fans wanted. This is going to be a fun offense.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Lester, we've brought it up this entire night. The Bears have too many mouths to feed on offense. That's never happened. Even like Jacob brought up the Trestman, the Cutler, Forte, Bennett, Jeffrey, and Marshall.
Yeah.
That was just the right amount of mouths to feed. There wasn't anything else behind that you had to worry about, even though if you're going to give Forte 100 targets out of the backfield. The fact that they have this, that they have awesome 12 personnel and awesome 11 personnel and a stable of running backs. They got 3 guys that can rotate through and should be able to get you 4.5 to 5 yards of carry. And Swift coming out of the backfield as a pass catcher. The amount of things that they have done right on offense for Shane Waldron and for Caleb Williams. And that's the bottom line. Supporting the rookie quarterback. The only thing they could do more is beef up the offensive line, which it would not shock me if 75 is an interior offensive lineman that wouldn't, or 122, that wouldn't shock me at all. We saw the support that Mitchell Trubisky had in 2017, and it was awful. And we saw the support that Justin Fields had in 2021 and 2022. Somehow Justin Fields' support gets worse because of the regime change and they dump all his players. Now we're seeing the number 1 pick in the draft, who and I'm saying this now, it's not even one, like, no, because no one wants to do the research of all the number one quarterbacks and what the team has. And I haven't done all the research. I don't know all the, going way back. This is the best offense, the best situation a number one quarterback has ever been in, ever in the 105-year history.
I mean, it's an unprecedented situation. I mean, the Bears were 7-10 last year. I mean, we're not talking about a bad team. Usually the bad teams get the first overall pick and the chance to get the quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks come in and they struggle, and Caleb's probably going to struggle a little bit here and there. He's not coming in as the elite quarterback off the top. He's going to struggle early. It is what it is. It's going to happen. But like you said, this offense around him, the running backs, the receivers, the tight ends, the O-line needs some tweaking, but the offense around him, he is in such a beautiful spot here. I know pre-draft, everyone said, oh, the Vikings had the best spot. That was what a lot of the analysts said. They have the best spot to absorb a rookie quarterback in there, but now you're adding Odunze to the mix in Chicago? Forget about it.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jacob, before you respond here, Arizona Cardinals picking 27. The pick is in. It is Missouri's Darius Robinson, Jacob's boy. And that was a spot a lot of people thought Jerzon Newton may go from Illinois. He did not. So he is in danger of falling out of the first round, which I think would shock a lot of local football fans there in the Chicago area. So Darius Robinson, a lot of people weren't sure about him being one of the guys in the green room and that he may not go in round one. He does not have to wait till tomorrow to hear his name called going at 27. So any thoughts there, Jacob, and any thoughts on what Lester had to say?
Yeah, so Darius Robinson, I mean, I feel like that's a good value for Arizona. I mean, their defensive line definitely needed a lot of work coming into this draft, and they have a good amount of picks to work with. I wouldn't be surprised if they still invest in some capacity in their defensive line with, say another day 2 selection. But Darius Robinson's interesting because I project him as a defensive tackle, but he's kind of in that, kind of similar to what they had with Zach Allen that they drafted a couple years back, where he can play inside, can play outside, he can rush off the edge. Arizona got a little more use out of Zach Allen off the edge, if I'm not mistaken, but I think Robinson is someone who you're probably going to look at as a 3-technique defensive tackle. For his position, for a defensive tackle, he's quick off the ball. He's powerful. His development as a technician's been impressive over the last couple of years. So I'm very happy to see Mizzou represented in round 1. I mean, it's been a long time. Blaine Gabbert Sheldon Richardson. Sheldon Richardson was the last one, I think, that Mizzou had in round 1. So it's been a long time coming, and I'm very excited to see them represented here. So what's the second part? I apologize. I got into my my Mizzou fanboy mode there.
Just the offense and what the Bears are going to be able to do with all this.
Yeah, so I think that there's a ton of versatility now in terms of the play calling capabilities, the personnel packages that they'll have to work with. I mean, I said this last year, but it really, really to a whole new level shows up this year, where you can run 11 personnel and have a 3 wide receiver set, and you could do incredible damage. I said that about DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, and Chase Claypool. 2 of those receivers ended up sucking in Chicago. One of them ended up getting traded. So here's hoping that this turns out a little bit better, but I think it will with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. At tight end, you have a good tandem in Kmet and Gerald Everett. At running back, you have DeAndre Swift to work with. You have Khalil Herbert. I think that's going to keep, if you have a rotation there, it'll keep the guys fresh. It'll really maximize the run game. If you have 2 proven talented runners and then Roshan Johnson, who's still got some upside, keep them fresh. It's really going to maximize their skill sets. And then, truthfully, you have a lot more options suddenly in the offensive philosophies you can take. You can go multi-tight end sets. You can run the ball down people's throats. You can, spread the ball, spread the field horizontally, and, utilize some of those more spacing concepts. It just opens up so much for Caleb Williams. It opens up so much for the Bears, for Shane Waldron, So again, it comes back down to maybe they have too many mouths to feed. And if that's the biggest problem the Bears offense is going to have this year, then I mean, that's a problem I'll sign up for in a heartbeat, because Lord knows there have been so many issues that the Bears have had on offense over the years. So be very excited to see what Shane Waldron cooks up. I'm sure he's excited to work with this unit, because there are really so many different options that they can utilize on a play-by-play basis.
Yeah, think about those offensive coordinator interviews they had where they couldn't tip their hand about Justin Fields. They couldn't tip their hand about Caleb Williams. They're trying to get information from these offensive coordinators. And Shane Waldron is coming in with the additions now they've made since he's been hired. I mean, definitely got to be on cloud nine. And how about this for interesting? The Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs have made a trade. I cannot believe the Chiefs and Bills, like that big button head rivalry in the playoffs every year, made a trade. I'm going to assume the Chiefs are coming up for Tyler Guyton, because I thought the Chiefs were going to want receiver, but heard that they wanted a tackle there. So I'm going to assume it's Tyler Guyton, and that they got kind of fortunate that he fell this far. But that's going to be fascinating there. So while I'm mentioning offensive tackles here, Lester, let me ask you about the offensive line, because we're talking about all these weapons. But and I brought this up maybe about an hour ago. I don't remember who I was talking to. There's been such a parade coming through. But basically, here's the concern on the offensive line. And they've got a pretty decent piece everywhere across the front five, and even a little depth as well. Not phenomenal depth, but a little depth. But the bottom line is they still only have one stable building block on that line, is Darnell Wright. Nate Davis, questionable. Tevin Jenkins, health. You know, the little two-headed monster they're going to try at center this year that hopefully is an upgrade. I think it will be. And Braxton Jones, who I think we all agree, functional left tackle, not a guy you want to extend on a 4-year, $75 million contract.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had no problem if the Bears gone O-line. I mean, I see the reasoning there to go that. I mean, I'm a fan of Braxton Jones. I think he has some upside left there. Like you said, the best thing, he is a functioning left tackle. I know as Bears fans, we recall back to the Charles Leno days. A lot of fans didn't like him, but he was a good quality, piece there. And he went on to Washington, of course, had a nice big contract there. He's been okay. He's had a pretty good career. That's kind of who Braxton Jones is. I think he has a little more upside than Leno had, just because of his length and his feet. But I mean, at some point you want to see them bring in some young pieces. Tevin Jenkins, we all love Tevin Jenkins. He hasn't been healthy a whole year yet. We got to see it happen. Can it happen? In 2024, it's possible. But I find it hard to believe that they're kind of banking on that. But like you said, they have some depth pieces there now. With Ryan Bates coming in, who's a good piece. If there's some injuries up front, they have some pieces they can shuffle around. My big thing is with Chicago is how they always want to move two positions if there's one injury. So they're going to have Bates kick over to guard now if there's an injury. That's what they kind of talked about early. We'll see how it shakes out in training camp here. But like you said, I think at some point they got to address interior O-line, and it would not surprise me if that's the pick at 75, because, as the board's looking now, I mean, we weren't expecting a lot of guys, guards and centers to go early, which isn't happening. That's kind of the sweet spot. If some guys kind of fall down there, you got to push up. Maybe the Bears make a move up for that. I thought they'd kind of go up looking for a 3-tech. But the way the board's looking, maybe they go up looking for a center or a guard.
And how about this? The Chiefs pick is in. The first Texas wide receiver off the board is Xavier Worthy, not Mitchell. So Chiefs, you figure the Bills are looking for a receiver, and then they trade down with the Chiefs, who take a receiver for Patrick. I don't understand what Buffalo is really doing here. I also don't know why the Chiefs felt they needed to trade up, but hey, what do I know? All I know is of the first 24 picks, I had 22, my top 22 on my big board. So apparently I know as much as the NFL. So I'll pat myself on the back, but not that it's trying to be predictive. Now my big board's a hot mess. So AD Mitchell, by the way, is my top guy on my board at 23. So interesting here, Chiefs and Bills, doing a little trade here. But look, overall, I think a lot of things are exciting here for Chicago. There's no reason that Bears fans shouldn't be on cloud nine. And again, it doesn't matter what they do tomorrow. You could sit there and be like, oh, I don't love that pick. Who cares? It's fine. I would expect offensive and defensive line, if they just pick at 75 and 122, it just makes too much sense. Get an interior offensive lineman, an edge defensive tackle. It doesn't matter, whatever you have best. I would assume probably edge, but it's setting up well so far for Chicago. I know it's an entire second round, so there's a lot going on. But while we're talking about maybe beefing up the defensive line, Jacob, I don't think you were on yet when we were talking defensive line previously, because look, we talked about the offensive line and that it's pretty good, but they don't have a lot of building blocks there. And and I think Poles is going to work on that, but we're still looking at a defensive line. And I know we talked about, if you've been on this stream for the whole night here, we talked about it a while back. The bottom line here is Montez Sweat. There is a Montez Sweat injury away from this defensive line. Jacob, we'll go with you first. This defensive line being the worst defensive line in the NFL if Montez Sweat is out there. There's no depth. I mean, right now they don't even have a functional third edge. It is a giant mess. I know they can pick up some serviceable veterans to try and beef it up a little bit. And I understand this isn't going to be a completed roster this year, and I would expect a lot of investment in defensive line next year in free agency and the draft. But that absolutely right now, the Achilles heel on this team, beyond rookie quarterback and knowing that there could be some inconsistent play there, is that this defensive line could have issues where the great back seven that Poles and Eberflus have put together could be, could have issues if there's no pressure being generated up front.
Yeah, so I'm personally going to be interested in seeing how they figure out that other edge rusher spot, because you're right. Right now, it's still a pretty thin group. I mean, I guess you're starting DeMarcus Walker, but it's really no better than it was last year. And there's still, that's probably the biggest need that they have on the roster right now. And I mean, realistically, you're probably not going to find an immediate day one high impact starter in round 3, round 4. I mean, it's happened before for other teams, but that's a pretty risky thing to assume, especially in this class where you might see a lot of those guys getting drafted in round 2, early round 3 before the Bears are able to snag someone up. I think you're right. I think free agency is probably the move for a stopgap of sorts, and then next year, at least early on in my 2025 analysis, what seems to be a pretty good group of edge rushers and a solid group of defensive tackles. I mean, I also think this defensive tackle group could be really good in terms of round 3 value. I mean, there are a handful of guys that I have in that round 3 range, and some of them will probably go higher, some of them will probably go lower, but they should have a good amount of talent to the point where I could see some of these guys stepping in and being high-end rotational guys and, turn into starters by the end of the season. Someone like a Brandon Dorless out of Oregon, someone like if Ruka Roro's there out of Clemson, or Michael Hall out of Ohio State. Just some of those guys I think could be, immediate contributors to some extent up the interior. So, yeah, I mean, with the amount of picks that the Bears have, without a second round pick, and obviously, it's worth it to acquire Montez Sweat, but you're going to have to, make a decision somewhere. And, the Bears chose to, stay put at 9 and take Rome Odunze, which I think is the right choice. The trade-off on that is you don't get to add more day 2 capital in this class, realistically. I mean, unless you trade up and give up future capital to, get a second rounder, another third rounder, something like that, which we'll see. We'll see if they do that tomorrow. But I don't know. I think that edge rusher is probably more of a 2025 solution. I think that this is probably more something that they're comfortable with, a stopgap option, and they're going to focus on the secondary, holding a majority of the weight, and then hoping that some of their young guys, especially up the middle, take that next step.
All right, the Cowboys were on the clock for about 45 seconds before they ran the pick in. Tyler Guyton, who I think is the last big tackle in this class. Unless the Packers think Jordan Morgan is a tackle. We already talked about that with Jacob. That's the last big tackle. I think there's a bit of a cliff there now. So the Cowboys grabbed the last guy. We've got 3 picks left in the first round. It'll be interesting to see what Baltimore does, because they never screw up a first round pick unless it's Brett Perriman or Rashard. What was it? Rashard Perriman. But anyways, Lester, let's go back to you and let me ask you this question. Expectations for 2024. The roster is not complete, but it's getting there and it's looking pretty good. Do you have playoff expectations?
Yes, 100% yes. I think the Bears were, I mean, look at last year. Matt Eberflus blew a few games, and that's one thing a lot of us fans weren't sure he was the guy leading this team going forward. But, they decided to stick with him. They kept him there. It's one of these things where now as fans, we have to hope Eberflus is going to learn from some of his mistakes. He won't be quite as conservative. I don't think he will, because I think he looks at this roster and he feels he can let his offense kind of take more chances. I think he'll trust Shane Waldron kind of do his thing. There seemed like there was a real big disconnect last year between him and Luke Getsy. I don't think that's going to exist this year, because Waldron's going to run the offense that Waldron wants, which is the exact same thing that Flus wanted all along. He wanted that McVay Shanahan style offense. That's what he said is the hardest to defend against. That's what he's going to get now. He's going to get a true offense like that. The offense is in place. Caleb Williams, like I said, he'll have some growing pains early, but the talent on this roster kind of work around that until he gets comfortable. But 7 wins last year with a dysfunctional team, so to speak. This year, everything's on the same page. I see no reason why they can't make a wild card spot at the very least.
Yeah, I don't know if they're ready for the division, but I don't see any reason why they can't compete for a wild card spot. Yeah. You agree, Jacob?
I definitely agree. I think that, I mean, realistically, you're looking at a team with a 4th place schedule, a team that went 7-10 and built up a considerable amount of momentum later on in the season, and a team who's arguably, you could say, they haven't downgraded anywhere. They've only gotten better at, a handful of positions. So I think it's going to be extremely interesting to watch. And you don't have Luke Getsy handicapping the offense. And in theory, Shane Waldron should be able to provide an upgrade as a play caller. I mean, that's, again, not a high bar to reach, but there are a lot of pieces in place for Chicago to, at the very least, be in the hunt deep into the season. And I think that this is a wild card caliber team. Again, overcoming the Lions with where they're at, that might be a little bit difficult, but I truly do think that this is a team that has the offensive firepower, that has the sturdy defense, that they should be able to hang with most teams in the NFL. And I think that, obviously, depending on how the schedule plays out in terms of timing, when they play which teams, but I think that this is a squad that's built to compete. So I'm not expecting a Super Bowl contender by any means this year or anything, but I do expect that wild card should be the expectation this year.
Absolutely. So the Ravens pick is in. So pick number 30, just 2 picks to go. Nate Wiggins, the Clemson corner, goes to Baltimore. That's just a solid pick. I think Wiggins is just going to play solid defense for a team that, just like I said, that's an organization that knows what they're doing. Oh, yeah. And they just pick up football players. And I think Nate Wiggins is just a solid football player. So let me ask you this, guys, while we kind of stick with Bears talk here, and then, we'll kind of wrap up here because we're just got a couple picks left. We talked about the offense, Lester. You talked about the kind of offense Shane Waldron can run and how it would fit with Matt Eberflus. Now, when I had Dan Weeder on my podcast a few weeks ago, we talked about the Matt Eberflus influence on the offense. And while Luke Getsy had issues that no one's going to say that weren't there, a lot of that conservative play calling in the 4th quarter was Matt Eberflus. Now you got a rookie quarterback who's probably going to be prone to some turnovers this year. He's got to get it out of his system, in essence. He's got to learn. So that's going to be something where you sit there. Do you think Matt Eberflus is going to be able to evaluate himself and how he approached these fourth quarters, and maybe allow Caleb to open up the playbook a little bit and not just sit there, hand the ball off, screen pass kind of thing? Are we actually going to see an offense that can be what it can be for 4 quarters, or do we still need to worry about the Eberflus conservative play calling?
Yeah, that's the hope, right? The hope that Coach Flus and his coaching staff, they would do some self-scouting here in the offseason, look back at those games that they blew, and there's 3 games that they really Bears should have won last year. That's the difference between the playoffs and not the playoffs, if you look at what happened in the schedule. So you hope they would self-scout. You hope they would look back and kind of see what happened in the fourth quarter of those games. And I'm with you. I was saying the whole year, I go, the conservative nature of Getsy, he's taken that from the head coach. That's the philosophy they had as a team. They wanted to play it safe. They wanted to, not take chances. And I think that Flus has to grow. I mean, he has to grow as a head coach. He has to grow as a play caller. He has to grow as an overseer of the entire functionality of his offense, because if he doesn't do that, then he's going to be not in Chicago much longer. I'm pretty sure we all feel he's safe, at least for this year. They're not going to make a change. They just spent a ton of money on the offensive staff. They brought in a whole bunch of guys in, unless there's like a severe breakdown where there's just like a 2-win team, there's no way they're going to make a coaching change here. They want some stability as an organization. So as fans, that's all we can hope. Flus has to learn from his mistakes, grow as an overseer of what he has there, and let Shane Waldron do his thing. Waldron is an accomplished play caller. If you look at what he did in Seattle for 3 years, he was able to kind of mold what he does each year based on the talent he has. We saw him with Kenneth Walker one year. He was really a workhorse back. We saw him last year. He did some 3 tight end stuff because that's what he had to strengthen his offense. But he also did a lot of 3 receiver sets because they drafted Smith and Jigba. So Waldron will use what he has, and in Chicago, what we've been talking about here, he's got a pretty talented offense to work with.
All right, Jacob, I just want to ask you, it doesn't necessarily have to be about the Bears, but, and you can jump after this if you want, or you want to stay till the end, up to you, all good. But, we're at pick 31 here. The Niners have 5 minutes on the clock remaining, but anything that jumped off for you as the Windy City Gridiron draft expert here in round 1, Michael Penix at 8, let's just put that aside because that was wild, I think, for everyone. If you want to comment on it, that's fine. But really great pick, really, questionable pick, something you really liked happen. I just saw Jordan Schultz tweeted out that the pick of Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs, a rival AFC GM, just said, fuck me. So, not something not that deep threat that I think they wanted Patrick Mahomes to have. But what do you think of this first round here and how it's played out?
Yeah, so I think that obviously Penix and Nix are the 2 picks that are really like, what? Those kind of surprising. I don't think anybody expected either of them to go as high as they did. But, I mean, it certainly made for a fun draft in the round 1, and it saw a handful of guys maybe fall a little bit farther than, some people were anticipating. I think Jordan Morgan was one pick where I was like, okay. I think Penix and Nix were the only true shocking selections. I think Penix, I remember because I'm watching the ESPN broadcast, I heard Schefter say along the lines of, Atlanta signed Kirk Cousins, but they're doing their due diligence on quarterbacks here. And I'm like, what? Like that was absurd to me. So I don't want to spend too much time on that because I feel like everybody's talked about it to death, but those are the ones that really surprised me. As far as great value picks, I mean, I think Quinion Mitchell to the Eagles is one of my favorite value selections to this point. Fits a need. I had Quinion Mitchell as my top corner in the class. I think that it's just Howie Roseman doing Howie Roseman things. And for whatever reason, Mitchell, I think, didn't have any reason falling to where he did. But he ended up there for Philadelphia. They didn't have to trade up for him. They got the highest rated corner on my board. They got someone who I think is going to be able to contribute right away. And, I don't know the exact role that they're going to have Mitchell playing because, they have some corners, but, realistically, they're a bit older with Darius Slay and James Bradbury. So, either way, Mitchell was that might have been my favorite non-Bears pick. The Vikings moving up for Dallas Turner was a selection that I also thought was good from a value perspective. I mean, you move up, get an edge rusher with extremely high traits, makes all the sense in the world to me. And then I guess a couple things surprising here, and we'll see how these last two picks shape up in the first round, but no Jerzon Newton, no Adonai Mitchell. I think those are two that are kind of surprising to me. And I know there were some talks of Mitchell falling a little bit because of his, there were some personality, character concerns, like, where he's, him being a type 1 diabetic, if his blood sugar goes down, then it's tougher to coach him. He doesn't pay as much attention, whatever. I don't know. I can only speculate to that. I'm not a diabetes expert, which that's not a sentence I'd ever expect to say on any sort of draft podcast. But him and then Newton, obviously, he had the Jones fracture in his foot, I believe it was. So those are two where, at least on tape, they should have been picked by now, just based off of that. And again, we'll see what San Francisco does here. We'll see what Buffalo does with the last pick. But those are the two top players on my board, at least in the top 20, that are still available. Everybody else in my top 20 has been selected. And in my top 25, only 3 people are still on the board. So
who are your top 3? Who are your 3 remaining in the top 25? Besides, I bet Mitchell.
Yeah. So Newton is my top guy still available. Mitchell's my second, and then Jackson Powers Johnson.
Okay. Yeah. I have Mitchell and Jackson Powers Johnson. I've Ladd McConkey just ahead of Newton on my board. So,
oh yeah.
I feel like the top 20 is never a consensus, but I feel like there were 20, 22, 24 guys that everyone was pretty damn confident was going to go in round 1. And the 49ers pick is in here. So we've only got 1 pick left. The 49ers take Ricky Pearsall.
Jeez.
Ricky Pearsall, the pick there. Maybe they will trade Ayuk. That is interesting. Ricky Pearsall. I like Ricky Pearsall. If Ricky Pearsall was 3 years younger, I would have Ricky Pearsall much higher up. So that was my only negative for that is his age, but that is such a Niners pick. He is just going to plug in, good hands, gets open. He is going to be a great target.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a pick I wasn't expecting. I have Pearsall number 28 on my board. That's a little bit higher than the consensus, but even then I wasn't expecting that he'd go round 1. So this is surprising to me, but I like this pick a lot for San Francisco. And I think the fact that John Lynch and this organization views Pearsall as high enough to take here makes me feel a little bit better about how I evaluate receivers. I mean, just saying. But yeah, I like this pick a lot. Definitely didn't see it coming, but that's going to be fun. I think Pearsall is going to be really interesting to watch in San Francisco.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lester, I know you've been busy doing some post pick podcasts and everything with Jacob and everything. Anything about this Bears related, NFC North related, anything related about this first round that kind of jumped off the page for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the quarterbacks going what they did. I mean, I don't think anyone saw Atlanta. Everyone assumed D-line there, and then they kind of come out of the blue with Penix Jr. and I mean, hey, that's great for Bears fans. That's what we wanted to see. We want to see more quarterbacks go early, pushing Rome down. So yeah, that was great. And then the Vikings got a quarterback anyway with McCarthy. So I'm glad the Vikings weren't able to trade up for Drake May. That was who I was concerned with. I think he's a much better prospect. But I like, as far as the Vikings, what they did do, I mean, that's a pretty good pick for them. They'll be able to bring him along, and it's pretty good. And then, of course, the other quarterback going to the Broncos, Nick's a little later. Again, so many quarterbacks. Is this a record this year for quarterbacks in the first round? I'm not sure.
First time since 1983.
Okay, 83. That was the classic.
That was the Elway Marino.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony Eason of Super Bowl 20 fame.
Awesome. And I think there were like 13, 14, 15 straight offensive players this draft. Another record. It's been an odd draft, which is kind of happens every year. Something always weird seems to happen. Leading up to the draft, as content creators, we're always trying to put out our mocks and we're always being told, oh, there's no way this guy falls, nowhere that guy goes that high, and happens every year. It just happened with Pearsall. Like Jacob said, no one expected him to go so early, but that's a nice 49ers pick, and good organizations, they kind of make those picks where you're like, yeah, that makes sense for them. The same thing happened with the Ravens getting the corner. I can't wait for the time when that's something people say about the Bears. Oh yeah, that's such a Bears pick. That's a good move by that's a typical Ryan Poles guy there. I can't wait for the time when that actually happens. I think we're going to get there pretty soon.
All right, so the Buffalo Bills have traded back from the 32nd pick, but they have just traded back one spot. So Carolina coming up here at 32, going to be interesting to see what the Panthers do here with their first pick of the draft, because Ryan Poles had the number 1 pick, baby. But 5 minutes on the clock for Carolina for the last pick here. I'm assuming they wanted to, maybe they were afraid they were going to get jumped. Maybe they wanted that 5th-year option for whoever they're going to pick here. I know a lot of people were talking about getting a target here, so maybe they want Mitchell and they think he's worth the risk. So while we wait for that pick, let's kind of do final thoughts here. The stream's been going over 4 hours, and let me just say I haven't had a chance. For those of you who have listened, especially I know Cloudy Future and Chris and Frank and some of these guys that I know have been commenting and been on this stream all night, really appreciate you joining us. It's been a lot of fun just sitting here talking Bears for 4 hours. So Lester, let's start with you, and I'll wrap it up with Jacob since he is our draft expert. Lester, final thoughts. Bears 1/9/75, 122, whatever you want here. Just the floor is yours as we wrap up this draft.
No, I'm excited as I've been as a Bears fan in a long time. And I know I was talking to Jacob about it on our podcast earlier. The Justin Fields, when that trade went down, I was fired up for that. This just feels different because of where the franchise is as a whole. It's in a much better place right now overall. Getting Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, these guys are going to be able to grow in their careers, and hopefully it's the next Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams type pairing to where they could just go on and just have great success for years and years and years. And, it's just like you were saying, what happens tomorrow, that's nice. That's just gravy. There's nothing going to top this 1-2 combination for the Bears in the first round.
No, I agree. They can't screw this up. So, Jacob, the final pick is in. Xavier Legette, South Carolina. So the Panthers do, in fact, go up and get a new target for Bryce Young, but it is not Mitchell. It is not Ladd McConkey. It is Xavier Legette. If you have any comments there, feel free. Other than that, kind of final thoughts on the Bears? And if you want to give us a few targets for 75 for tomorrow night. I know 122 isn't until Saturday. So any targets you like for 75, now's the time.
Yeah. So, I'll start with Legette. I say that this pick doesn't surprise me at all. I think more so from the fact that, they traded up a spot. They felt, strongly enough that, maybe Buffalo's going to take him, especially, with how many receivers are on the board. I'm a little surprised, but this is the pick I was expecting for Carolina at 33. Cause I know, Xavier Legette said that he's met with Carolina 4 times, and he said in some capacity, whether it's, Senior Bowl, Combine, top 30 visit, whatever. He's been in consistent conversations with them. They've brought him in multiple times. So this makes all the sense in the world because, the interest that the Panthers have had in Legette was pretty well documented in that Carolina community, and it fits in with, that Jonathan Mingo type they drafted last year where, all right, maybe a little bit raw as a route runner, but he's got size, he's got speed, he's got power. You can work with that. You can develop him into something. You can utilize him in a lot of different ways. So as far as 75 goes, it is a little tough to project. So, I'll do my best here.
Yeah, just some targets, whatever we got. Guys you like in your big board in that 65 to 90 range.
Yeah. So defensive linemen, some of these guys are a little bit higher up, but if, like I said, Ruka Rororo or Michael Hall, if they fall at 75, it flows off the tongue so poorly. Ruka Rororo.
I love it.
I can't do it, but it's
great name. I love Hall, by the way. If I don't think he's making it out of round 2, but I would love that pick if he's there at 75. I would trade up for Hall, actually.
I would too, honestly. And even then, like a Brandon Dorlus out of Oregon. I mean, I don't think Devondre Sweat fits the Bears' athletic profile that you typically go for. Edge rushers say, I think Marshawn Nealand is a guy I like out of Western Michigan. I don't know if he's there at 75 because there are some rumblings he'll go round 2, but he's around that value that I'd have him. Braylon Trice from Washington is someone I think had a really good 2022 season. He was solid in 2023 still, to the point where, I still have a high enough grade on him, but I feel like some of that prospect fatigue is sitting in and people are kind of underestimating what he can bring to an NFL defense. So along the defensive line, those are some guys. Adisa Isaac at Penn State is someone that I like as well. Offensively, I think your best bet is along the interior offensive line. Christian Haynes out of UConn, if he's available. I don't think Cooper Bebe out of Kansas State will be there, but if he is, I'd sprint to the podium. I'd take him in a heartbeat. Center, guard, wherever you want to put him, I think he can be a plus starter for an offensive line. Maybe, I don't think Zach Frazier will be there, but he's someone potentially he could fall because he had an injury near the end of the year. He doesn't have that guard versatility, but as a pure center, he's very, very good. And then maybe a little bit farther down, looking at a Bo Limmer out of Arkansas, Tanner Bortolini out of Wisconsin. Those are a couple of guys. I think your best bet is the trenches at 75. And that also lines up with admittedly what Chicago needs, but I think that's truly where the best value is. Because, I mean, I don't know how good the cornerback value is going to be there, or, just throwing out a position the Bears don't really need, or, the safety value, unless someone like Kalen Bullock falls, which again, I wouldn't rule out the Bears taking a safety if they want a guy to develop under Kevin Byard, but I think the best value at that point will be in the trenches. I think that the biggest need is going to be in the trenches. So I just think it lines up well for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to call it a night, ladies and gentlemen. So for those of you listening, thank you so much. I'm sure I'm going to forget someone on the parade of people that came through here, but thank you to Ross Reed, Aaron Lemming, Mason West, Quentin Crisco, Kyrie Thompson, Brendan Shagru, Lester Wiltfong, Jacob Infante, Robert Schmitz, and if there was anyone else here that I just can't remember off the top of my head, I apologize. This has been a lot of fun. I am ready to use the bathroom. 4 hours and 10 minutes. No bathroom breaks, no commercial breaks. It's been awesome. Thank you to all you listeners. It's been really nice seeing a nice big number in the corner there of the eyeballs on this stream. It's been fun. Bear down, everybody. This is awesome. The Caleb Williams era is here. The Bears have solved the quarterback. I'm just saying it. The Bears have solved the 75-year quarterback problem. It is a great time to be a Chicago Bears fan. You are going to see when this schedule comes out in 3 weeks or so, you are going to see the Bears all over prime time. And I'm going to make a prediction. I'm just going out on a limb right now. Week 1, Monday Night Football, Bears at Commanders. Caleb Williams' debut in his hometown against number 2 pick Jaden Daniels. That's what I'm calling. I think it's a perfect Monday night game. They don't want to put that on Sunday night. So that's what I think they're going to do. Wild stab in the dark here. But Lester, thank you. Jacob, thank you. Bear down, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Adios.